The universe was never quiet. For 2 centuries, the SETI arrays and the deep space resonators had hummed with the background noise of a crowded galaxy. It wasn't a conversation humans were part of. It was more like eavesdropping on a busy street from a dark alleyway. We heard the rhythmic pulses of the Thraxian trade fleets, the melodic data hums of the Cygnus archives, and the sharp, mathematical chirps of the hive minds near the galactic core. To the people of Earth, the stars were a choir. We were the silent observers, the junior species scribbling notes in the margins of a grand celestial ledger. We felt small, but we felt safe. As long as the noise continued, the galaxy was alive. Then came the night of the Great Stutter. It happened at 0200 Greenwich Mean Time. Across every observatory on Earth and every relay station in the belt, the needles dropped. The Thraxian trade signals, usually as reliable as a heartbeat, flatlined. The Cygnus melodies dissolved into white noise. Within 6 minutes, the silence was absolute. It wasn't a technical failure. It wasn't a solar flare. It was as if someone had walked across the room and unplugged the universe. In the command center of the Lunar Far Side Array, senior signal analyst Elias Thorne didn't scream. He didn't call the president. He simply watched the waterfall displays turn from vibrant violet data streams to a cold, dead gray. "Check the calibration," Elias whispered. His voice felt heavy in the sterile air. "Calibration is green, sir," the junior tech replied, his hands shaking over the hilt of his console. "The sensors are fine. The stars are still there, but the people, they've stopped talking." Elias leaned forward, his reflection caught in the dark glass of the monitor. He looked like a man who had spent 40 years looking for God and found a void instead. "They didn't stop talking," Elias muttered, his eyes narrowing as a single, low-frequency spike began to crawl across the bottom of his screen. "They went quiet because something else started speaking." The spike wasn't a signal, it was a vibration. It wasn't coming from a planet or a ship, it was coming from the fabric of space itself, and it was getting louder. The hook for the world was the suddenness of it. In an era where humanity had finally begun to feel like a galactic citizen, we were suddenly plunged into a sensory deprivation tank. For 72 hours, the silence held. The stock markets collapsed not because of war, but because of the sheer existential terror of being alone. But on the 4th day, the stars didn't just speak, they roared. The new signal didn't require a radio telescope to hear. It resonated in the iron of our skyscrapers. It hummed in the fillings of our teeth. It was a singular, monolithic broadcast directed with terrifying precision at a single coordinate, Sol 3, Earth. Why us? The question was asked in the UN Security Council, in the bunkers of the Pentagon, and in the bread lines of London. The answer came from the deep space buoy Pathfinder 9, stationed near the edge of the Oort cloud. Before it was crushed by a gravitational shear no one could explain, it sent back one final image. It wasn't a ship. It was a tear in the sky, a jagged, glowing rift the size of Jupiter. From that rift, something was emerging. something that didn't use radio waves to communicate because it spoke in the language of fundamental physics. The aliens hadn't gone quiet because they were dead. They had gone quiet because they were hiding. They were the birds in a forest that stop singing the moment a predator steps into the clearing. Humanity, however, had never been good at hiding. We were a species of engineers, of brawlers, and of stubborn survivors who had spent our entire history fighting gravity just to leave the ground. While the rest of the galaxy held its breath, Earth exhaled a breath of industrial fire. "If they want a conversation," Admiral Sarah Vance said, standing on the bridge of the UEF dreadnought Iron Duke, "let's give them something to listen to." The conflict was no longer about understanding the message. It was about surviving the delivery. The humanity factor kicked in with the brutal efficiency of a combustion engine. We didn't have the elegant lightships of the Thraxians or the psionic shields of the Cygnus. We had tungsten, nuclear fission, and a recursive spite that had seen us through ice ages and world wars. The suspense built as the rift expanded. Every hour, the scream, as the signal was now called, increased in decibels. It started melting the ice caps. It started disrupting the migration of birds. It was a psychic weight, a demand for submission from a godlike entity that viewed Earth as a minor inconvenience on its path to consumption. "The galaxy is watching us," Elias Thorne said during a global broadcast, his face gaunt but his eyes burning with a terrifying clarity. "They are hiding in the dark, waiting to see if the noisy apes will scream or fight. I say we make enough noise to wake the dead." The cliffhanger came when the first herald emerged from the rift. It wasn't a fleet. It was a single crystalline structure 10,000 kilometers long. It didn't fire lasers, it simply moved toward Earth, and as it did, the moon's orbit began to wobble. The message was finally translated, decoded by 1,000 supercomputers working in tandem. It wasn't a greeting, it was a command: cease. The theme of this hour was the Great Forge. If the entity thought a command to cease would work on a species that had spent its entire existence defying the limits of its own biology, it was mistaken. The hook, a countdown clock, appeared on every screen on Earth. Not a countdown to impact, but a countdown to ignition. The core conflict shifted from the psychological to the logistical. We didn't have a planetary shield. We didn't have a warp drive. What we had was the belt, millions of asteroids rich in iron, nickel, and silicates. In a display of relentless competence, the world's governments dissolved into a single administrative body, the Sol Defense Initiative. This wasn't a political move, it was a survival reflex. We didn't vote on the budget, we simply emptied the vaults. "I need 10,000 mass drivers on the lunar surface by Tuesday," Admiral Vance barked into her comms. "That's impossible, Admiral," a chief engineer replied. "The heat dissipation alone would." "I didn't ask about the heat," Vance interrupted, her voice like grinding gravel. "I asked for the drivers. If the moon melts, at least it'll be harder for them to land on. This was the industrial build phase. The prose shifts here from the ethereal horror of the stars to the grit of the shipyard. The smell of ozone, the blinding light of plasma cutters, the rhythmic thud of automated hammers. We weren't building a cathedral, we were building a fist. The suspense was maintained by the Herald's approach. It was slow, arrogant, and unstoppable. It ignored our hails, it ignored our warnings, it moved with the inevitability of a glacier. The dialogue was kept to mic drop moments. When the Martian colonies asked if they should evacuate, the response from Earth was a single line, "Dig in, we are moving the front to you." The awe factor was found in the scale. We didn't build one ship, we converted the entire asteroid 16 Psyche into a mobile fortress. We strapped fusion torches to its rear and turned 1 trillion tons of metal into a battering ram. This was the Protector moral arc in its purest form. We weren't just defending Earth, we were defending the very idea of being loud. The cliffhanger of the second chapter occurred when the Herald finally spoke back. It didn't use the scream this time. It used our own radio frequencies. It mimicked the voice of Elias Thorne, perfectly reconstructed. "You are small," the Herald said through every speaker on Earth. "Your metal is soft, your fire is cold. Why do you persist?" The reply didn't come from a politician. It came from a welder on the orbital docks, a woman named Miller who hadn't slept in 3 days. She opened a wideband channel and spat into the microphone. "Because we're too tired to give up," she said, "and we've got a lot of hammers." The third segment focused on the sacrifice. To fight a god, you have to be willing to burn your own house down to keep them out. The hook, the moon cracked, not a metaphor. The Herald's gravitational wake was so intense that the lunar crust began to spiderweb. The core conflict was now one of attrition. The Herald began deploying splinters, smaller, autonomous drones that looked like shards of broken glass. They didn't use kinetic weapons, they used harmonic resonance. They vibrated the air until human lungs collapsed. They vibrated the steel of our ships until it turned to dust. But humanity's humanity is awesome trait is our ability to find a workaround for any law of physics. If they used resonance, we would use dissonance. "We can't outshield them," Elias Thorne explained to the War Council. He was hooked up to a life support system now. The scream had done permanent damage to his nervous system. "But we can outclutter them. They operate on perfection, on pure mathematical tones. We need to be the noise." The strategy was grim realism. We launched every piece of space junk, every old satellite, and every bag of orbital refuse we had. We created a Kessler cage, a cloud of debris so thick and so chaotic that the Herald's precision instruments couldn't find a path through. We blinded a god with our trash. The suspense tactic here was the dwindling resource. We were running out of oxygen. We were running out of pilots. The industrial grit was being tested to its breaking point. The narration described the flickering lights of the bunkers, the taste of recycled air, and the calloused hands of children working the assembly lines in the deep-crust cities. "Is it enough?" Vance asked, looking at the tactical map. The debris cloud was holding, but the Herald was simply pushing through it, using its massive bulk to sweep the path clear. "No," Elias said, "we need a conductor for the noise." The chapter reached its climax when the UEF dreadnought Iron Duke, the flagship of the human fleet, was ordered on a one-way mission. It wasn't a suicide run, it was a competence payoff. They weren't going to ram the Herald. They were going to detonate their experimental singularity engine inside the Herald's own gravitational well. The dialogue was minimalist. "Admiral," the helmsman said, his hand hovering over the ignition, "the calculations say we have a 0% chance of extraction." "Good," Vance replied, lighting a cigarette, a luxury forbidden for decades. "I hate paperwork anyway." The cliffhanger, the Iron Duke vanished into the Herald's shadow. A moment of absolute silence followed, the first real silence since the night of the stutter. Then, the sky didn't turn white, it turned inside out. The Herald didn't explode, it folded. But as the smoke cleared on the long-range sensors, we saw that the Herald wasn't alone. The rift was opening wider, and for the first time we saw what the other aliens were hiding from. The Herald wasn't the predator, it was the hunting dog, and the master had just arrived. The tone shifted to overwhelming triumph mixed with philosophical dread. The master of the rift was a consciousness that spanned light years, a sovereign that viewed biological life as a localized infection of the universe's entropy. The Hook, the sovereign, didn't attack, it paused. For the first time in an eon, something had killed its hound. The core conflict was no longer about physical defense, it was about a clash of wills. The sovereign attempted to overwrite the human mind, broadcasting a signal that carried the weight of 1 billion years of boredom and cruelty. But the sovereign made a mistake. It tried to understand us to better dismantle us. It plugged into our global network, it tasted our history. It expected to find fear. It found a species that had invented doom music, spite-driven engineering, and the concept of "hold my beer." The narration took over here, describing the sovereign's confusion. It saw our wars, yes, but it also saw our hospitals. It saw our art. It saw a species that, when faced with the end of the world, didn't pray, it built a bigger gun. "You are illogical," the sovereign's voice boomed, no longer through radios, but directly into the frontal lobes of every human alive. "We're not illogical," Elias Thorne shouted back into the void, his voice amplified by the largest array of transmitters ever built. "We're stubborn, and we've been practicing being loud for a long, long time." The industrial scale payoff, While the sovereign was distracted by the mental link, the rest of the human species had finished the Project Silence. We didn't build a weapon to kill the sovereign, we built a weapon to seal the door. Using the data gathered from the Herald's destruction, we had figured out the frequency of the rift itself. We didn't need to fight the sovereign, we just needed to kick it out of our house. The dialogue was the mic drop. You think you are the voice of the universe? Vance's voice, recorded before her sacrifice, played over the channel. In this corner of the galaxy, we provide the soundtrack. The cliffhanger, the great pulse, was triggered. Every fusion reactor in the solar system was redlined simultaneously. The power was channeled into a single, focused beam of pure, discordant noise. Every song, every scream, every speech, and every heartbeat of humanity compressed into a single burst of energy. The rift didn't just close, it shattered. The sovereign was severed, the silence returned, but this time it was different. The epilogue was slow, somber, and philosophical. The stars were still there, the aliens were still quiet. But as Earth began the long process of rebuilding, shoveling the lunar dust, mourning the billions lost, and repairing the atmosphere, something changed on the sensors. A small, tentative signal, not from the rift, from the Thraxian homeworld. It wasn't a trade pulse, it wasn't a mathematical chirp. It was a sequence of 3 notes. In human music theory, it was a thank you. Then came another from Cygnus, a melodic ripple that translated to "the predator is gone, the noisy ones broke the cage." Humanity sat on its scarred, battered planet, covered in the soot of its own industrial defiance. We were tired, we were grieving, we were broken. But we weren't small anymore. Elias Thorne, sitting in a wheelchair on the shores of a rejuvenated Atlantic, looked up at the night sky. The choir was starting again. But this time, the galaxy wasn't talking over us. They were waiting for us to lead the song. "We're not the junior species anymore," Elias whispered to the wind. The final humanity is awesome payoff. The last shot of the script wouldn't be a flag or a throne. It would be a blueprint. A blueprint for a ship that didn't just eavesdrop on the stars, but one that would carry our noise to the very edge of the dark. The aliens went quiet because they were afraid. We stayed loud because we didn't know how to be anything else. And in the end, the stars didn't just speak louder, they spoke our name. The silence that followed the shattering of the rift was not the cold, predatory hush of the Great Stutter. It was the heavy, expectant silence of a stadium after the final note of a symphony has faded into the rafters. On Earth, the Great Pulse had left a physical hangover. In the command centers of the Sol Defense Initiative, men and women sat with blood trickling from their ears, their electronics fused into expensive slag, staring at screens that had been burned white by the sheer intensity of the human broadcast. Elias Thorne did not move for a long time. His hands, gnarled by the neural feedback of the interface, rested uselessly on his knees. He was blind in one eye, the retina scorched by a flash of light that shouldn't have been able to travel through a digital feed, yet he felt a strange, terrifying lightness. The weight of the sovereign, that crushing, existential boredom that had threatened to overwrite the collective human soul, was gone. It hadn't just been pushed back, it had been repelled by the sheer, ugly friction of human experience. Status, Elias croaked. His voice was a ruined rasp. A technician 3 rows down, a girl no older than 20 who had spent the last 6 hours manually routing cooling bypasses through a melting reactor core, looked up. Her face was smeared with carbon and tears. She didn't look at her monitors, she looked at the ceiling. "The atmospheric vibration has ceased, sir," she whispered. "The seismic monitors in the Himalayas, they're flatlining. The Earth isn't shaking anymore." "The moon?" Elias asked. "Cracked," she replied, a hysterical laugh bubbling in her throat, "but it's still there. It's holding together by sheer gravitational spite. We lost the Iron Duke. We lost the lunar array. We lost... God, sir, we lost the entire North American power grid." Elias closed his eyes. The cost was a ledger written in fire. Billions were without power, millions were likely dead from the harmonic resonance or the collapse of the orbital elevators. But as he reached out with his mind, a lingering side effect of the sovereign's intrusion, he didn't feel the void. He felt a hum. It was the sound of 4 billion people taking a breath at the same time. It was the sound of a species that had looked into the maw of a universal constant and told it to shut up. 6 months later, the sky over Geneva was a bruised purple, a permanent atmospheric scar left by the pulse. The United Earth Federation didn't meet in a gilded hall, they met in a hangar. There was no time for architecture when the species was busy scavenging its own ruins to build a future. Admiral Sarah Vance was officially listed as missing in action, presumed atomized, but her ghost ran the room. Her tactical doctrines were being transcribed into the foundational texts of a new era. Beside her empty chair sat Elias Thorne, his wheelchair clicking on the corrugated metal floor. He was the only one who could still hear the stars, though the scream had been replaced by a cautious, melodic clicking. "The Thraxians have sent a second burst," an intelligence officer announced, projecting a holographic star chart that flickered with low power. "It's not just a thank you anymore, they're sending us their star maps, all of them, locations of the Sovereign's other hounds, the coordinates of the silent worlds. They're giving us the keys to the kingdom," a senator from the African Union muttered. Why now? They watched us drown for 72 hours before the pulse." Elias leaned forward, his one good eye tracking the glowing dots of the Thraxian data stream. "Because we're the only ones who didn't drown," he said. "The Thraxians, the Cygnus, the Kelmorian hives, they are old, they are elegant, they are wise, but they are brittle. When the Sovereign came 1 billion years ago, they learned that the only way to survive was to be small and quiet. They turned themselves into ghosts. They survived by ceasing to exist in any meaningful way." He gestured to the hangar around them. where welders were currently stripping the armor plating from a wrecked destroyer to build a deep space relay. We didn't know how to be ghosts, Elias continued. We're too loud, too heavy, and too angry. We showed them that you don't have to hide from the dark, you can just burn it away. They aren't giving us the maps because they like us. They're giving us the maps because we are the new apex predator. We are the ones who hunt the hunters. The room went cold. It was the humanity factor in its most terrifying form. We hadn't just saved the galaxy, we had disrupted a billion-year-old status quo of cowardice. The mission was called Resonance 1. It wasn't a ship of discovery and it wasn't a warship in the traditional sense. It was a noise bringer. Miller, the welder who had told the Herald she had a lot of hammers, was now the chief orbital engineer on the project. She stood on the gantry of the UEF Resolute looking at the vessel's prow. It didn't have the sleek, needle-like aesthetic of the alien ships they had seen in the old telescope captures. It was a brutalist block of tungsten and lead, powered by a core that was essentially a sustained, controlled supernova. They say the Cygnus ships move like thoughts, a young apprentice said, standing beside her. This thing, it looks like a brick. Miller spat a piece of nutrient gum into the void. It's a brick with a megaphone, kid. We're not going out there to dance. We're going out there to make sure nobody ever has to be quiet again. The Resolute was designed with one purpose: to travel to the nearest silent world, a planet designated as K218b, where a civilization of aquatic poets had been silenced by the sovereign eons ago and broadcast the pulse. We weren't just going to visit them, we were going to wake them up. We were going to jumpstart their history with a jolt of human defiance. The suspense of the launch wasn't about whether the engines would work. Human engineering, forged in the desperation of the Great Forge, was now terrifyingly reliable. The suspense was in the awe. As the Resolute ignited its main thrusters, the entire moon, still scarred by the Herald's gravity, seemed to ring like a bell. The ship didn't slip into warp. It tore a hole in space-time using the same frequency as the Sovereign's rift, but inverted. We weren't using their doors anymore. We were kicking down the walls. On the bridge of the Resolute, Captain Kalu looked at the view screen. They were 3 light years from Sol, deeper into the black than any human had ever ventured. The stars here were crowded, thick with the dust of ancient nebulae. Passive sensors picking up a signal, Captain, the comms officer said. It's a Cygnus melody, but it's distorted. It sounds like a warning. Translate it, Kalu ordered. The computer hummed, processing the alien psionics into human speech. The translation scrolled across the screen in stark red letters. The master is not gone. The master is waiting in the frequency between seconds. Stop the noise or be consumed by the echo. They're still afraid, Kalu whispered. He looked at the ignition switch for the planetary wake-up broadcast. If they flipped it, they would be announcing their location to whatever remained of the Sovereign's consciousness. They would be the only light in a room full of monsters. "Captain," the officer said, his voice trembling, "there's something else. The Thraxian maps, they're changing. The coordinates they gave us, they're moving. The planets aren't planets, they're ships. The entire Thraxian civilization is a fleet and they're moving away from us." The realization hit the bridge crew like a physical blow. The thank you hadn't been an invitation to a galactic community. It had been a goodbye. The aliens weren't coming out of hiding to join us. They were running away because they knew that Earth had just rung the dinner bell for the end of the universe. "They think we're the bait," Miller's voice came over the internal comms from the engine room. She had been listening in. "They think the Sovereign is going to focus on us while they slip out the back door." Kalu gripped the arms of his chair. The protector moral arc was being twisted. We had saved them, yes, but in doing so we had become the target. We were the sacrificial lamb of the Milky Way. "Let them run," Kalu said, his eyes hardening. "If they want to spend the rest of eternity shivering in the dark, that's their business. But we didn't build this ship to hide." "Sir." "Initiate the broadcast," Kalu commanded. "And don't just send the pulse. Send the whole library. Send the Bach, send the jazz, send the rock and roll. Send the recordings of the riots and the weddings and the sounds of the factories. If the Sovereign is waiting in the frequency between seconds, let's give it something to think about." The Resolute shuddered as the massive emitters along its hull began to glow. This was the competence payoff. The ship wasn't just a vessel, it was a planetary-scale tuning fork. The signal went out. It wasn't a scream this time. It was a song. A complex, messy, beautiful, and violent symphony of a billion human lives. It hit the atmosphere of K218b and shattered the crystalline silence that had reigned there for 1,000,000 years. Deep beneath the ice of that distant world, something began to stir. Not a monster, but a memory. The aquatic poets, long dormant in a state of forced hibernation, felt the vibration of a human electric guitar through 3 miles of frozen nitrogen. The cliffhanger of the voyage came when the sensors suddenly spiked. It wasn't the Sovereign, it wasn't the Thraxians. "Captain," the sensor tech gasped, his face turning pale. "The signal, it's reflecting, but not from the planet. Something is reflecting it back at us from the Oort cloud of this system. Something huge." A shape began to resolve on the long-range scanners. It wasn't crystalline like the Herald. It was organic, a mass of shifting shadows and eyes that drank the light of the nearby star. It was the Sovereign of the Void, or at least a fragment of its true form. But it wasn't attacking. It was singing back. The notes were horrific, dissonant, and filled with a loneliness that could swallow a galaxy. It wasn't a command to cease, it was a question. "Translate," Kalu whispered, his heart hammering against his ribs. The computer struggled, the logic circuits smoking as they tried to parse the thoughts of a god. Finally, a single sentence appeared on the screen. Is there more of you? The sovereign wasn't a predator because it was hungry. It was a predator because it was the only thing of its kind, and it had been trying to find something, anything, that could survive its touch. It had been silencing the galaxy not out of malice, but because the other species were too quiet, too weak to hold a conversation. They broke before the first word was finished. Humanity hadn't just survived the scream, we had matched the pitch. Back on Earth, Elias Thorne felt the shift in the cosmic background radiation. He sat on his porch, watching the sun set over a world that was still broken but was no longer afraid. He felt the reply from the Resolute hit his nervous system like a bolt of lightning. He began to laugh. It was a dry, hacking sound that turned into a roar of triumph. "They're not hiding anymore," he told the empty air. The final humanity is awesome realization of part 2 was this. We weren't the noisy apes who had accidentally annoyed a god. We were the only species in the universe loud enough to keep a god company. The Thraxians were fleeing into the dark, terrified of the noise. The Cygnus were fading into psionic whispers, but humanity was standing on the edge of the porch, shouting into the backyard of the universe, and for the first time in 10 billion years, the universe was shouting back. The last image of the chapter, the Resolute, a tiny block of man-made metal dwarfed by the shadow of the Sovereign's fragment. The ship didn't turn, it didn't fire, it simply opened all its channels. "We have a lot to tell you," Kalu said, his voice being broadcast into the heart of the void. "But you're going to have to listen. We're a very talkative species." The stars didn't just speak louder, they began to listen. And in the silence of the other aliens, the chorus of the bold began to grow. Part 2 ended not with a bang but with a chord. A major chord struck on the strings of reality itself, vibrating through every atom of Sol 3. We were no longer alone. We were the lead singers of the end of the world. The Resolute did not flinch. In the cold, unyielding vacuum of the K2-18b system, the human vessel looked like a jagged splinter of graphite held against the cheek of a god. The entity manifesting from the Uit cloud, a shifting, translucent mass of gravitational distortions and bioluminescent geometry, did not possess a hull or engines. It was a localized storm of consciousness, a fragment of the Sovereign that had drifted in the wake of the Great Pulse like a scavenger drawn to a forest fire. Captain Kalu felt the temperature on the bridge drop 30 degrees in a single heartbeat. It wasn't a mechanical failure. It was the sheer thermal drain of an entity that existed by consuming the energy of lesser vibrations. On the main view screen, the eyes of the Sovereign fragment weren't organs, but swirling vortices of Hawking radiation, blinking with the slow, rhythmic pulse of a dying pulsar. "Captain, the hull integrity is oscillating," Miller's voice crackled from the bowels of the ship. She sounded breathless, the frantic clang of a heavy wrench echoing behind her words. "The vibration from that thing, it's matching our resonant frequency." If it keeps humming at us, the Resolute is going to shake itself into a cloud of iron filings. Hold the line, Miller, Kalu said, his eyes fixed on the translation scrolling across the secondary HUD. Is there more of you? The question wasn't just data. It was a physical pressure, a psychic weight that made Kalu's teeth ache. It felt as though the history of 1,000 dead civilizations was being shoved through a needle eye into his frontal lobe. He saw flashes of the aquatic poets of K218b, their sapphire cities crumbling into silt because they couldn't find a rhyme for the sovereign's first word. He saw the Thraxians retreating into their subterranean bunkers, cutting out their own tongues to avoid being heard. They weren't quiet because they were peaceful, Kalu whispered, the realization dawning with the cold clarity of a supernova. They were quiet because they were fragile. They were porcelain, and we're tempered steel. He turned to the comms officer, a man named Eris who was currently bleeding from his nose as he struggled to keep the ship's linguistic processors from melting. Eris, don't just send the data. Open a wideband sensory bleed. Give it the humanity suite. Everything we recorded during the siege of the moon. The sound of the oxygen scrubbers failing. The sound of the crowds in London singing Auld Lang Syne while the sky turned red. Give it the friction. Sir, that's a lot of trauma to broadcast, Eris stammered. It's not trauma, Kalu countered, it's texture. The Sovereign has spent eons listening to the universe whimper and fade. It doesn't want another prayer, it wants a conversation. The Resolute groaned, a deep metallic moan that vibrated through the soles of everyone's boots. Then the broadcast shifted. The melodic Bach and the structured jazz were sidelined, replaced by the raw, unedited cacophony of a species that had spent its entire history fighting itself, its environment, and its gods. The bridge speakers erupted with the sound of jackhammers, the roar of stadium crowds, the frantic beeping of hospital monitors, and the thunderous, rhythmic percussion of 1 billion heartbeats recorded during the pulse. The entity in the void reacted instantly. The shifting shadows of its form surged forward, a tidal wave of darkness that threatened to swallow the Resolute whole. The bridge crew ducked, bracing for an impact that never came. Instead of a collision, there was a harmonic lock. The Sovereign fragment stopped moving. Its bioluminescent eyes shifted from a predatory red to a startled, shimmering gold. It wasn't consuming the noise, it was vibrating with it. For the first time in the history of the Great Stutter, the hunter wasn't silencing the prey. The prey was teaching the hunter a new song. On Earth, the aftermath of the pulse had turned the planet into a global workshop. In the ruins of Chicago, engineers worked side by side with poets to calibrate the next generation of loudspeakers, massive orbital arrays designed to project the human signal across the spiral arm. Elias Thorne, now a figure of mythic status, spent his days in the ruins of the SETI Institutes, not listening for signals, but directing the flow of the human broadcast. We used to look for needles in haystacks, Elias told a group of university students who were helping him plot the next jump point for the Resolute's sister ships. We were so afraid of being alone that we whispered into the dark, hoping for a polite hello. We were wrong. The universe isn't a library, it's a mosh pit, and if you want to be heard, you don't whisper, you scream until the walls shake. He tapped a map of the Cygnus Reach. The Thraxian exodus was still visible on the long-range sensors, a trail of silver ghosts fleeing toward the galactic rim. The Thraxians think they can outrun the noise, Elias said with a grim smile. They don't realize that the noise is the only thing keeping the Sovereign from getting bored. And when the Sovereign gets bored, it cleans the slate. We didn't just save ourselves. We gave the universe a reason to keep the lights on. Back at K218b, the Resolute was no longer alone in the orbital plane. The Sovereign fragment had begun to mirror the ship's movements, gliding alongside it like a colossal, translucent whale. It wasn't attacking, but it wasn't leaving either. It was waiting for the next verse. Captain Eris said, his voice now steady, his eyes wide with wonder. The entity, it's sending a new signal. It's not a question this time, it's a coordinate. Kalu leaned in. The coordinates weren't for another silent world. They were for the center of the galaxy, the great annihilator, the supermassive black hole around which the entire Milky Way pirouetted. The Sovereign's heart, Kalu whispered, it's inviting us to the source. Or it's a trap, Miller's voice came over the comms. It's leading us to the blender, Captain. One ship against the source of the stutter. We're loud, but we're not that loud. Kalu looked out at the entity. He saw the way its form rippled in time with the recording of a human child's laughter that was currently being broadcast. He saw the way the void itself seemed to pull back, as if the darkness was intimidated by the sheer, messy vitality of the human signal. It's not a trap, Kalu said, it's a challenge. It's the universe saying, if you think you're so loud, come show me. He gripped the armrests of his chair, his knuckles white. Navigation, plot a course for the galactic core. Miller, redline the reactors. I want every scrap of power we have diverted to the broadcast arrays. If we're going to the heart of the galaxy, I want them to hear us coming from 1,000 light years away. Captain, a junior officer asked, what about the other species? The ones who are running. Kalu didn't look back, they'll hear us too. And maybe once they realize the dark isn't empty anymore, they'll stop running and start singing along. But for now, it's just us, the noisy ones, the ones who didn't know when to quit. The Resolute ignited its engines, a spear of fusion fire piercing the gloom of the K218b system. As it jumped, it didn't leave a silent wake. It left a lingering echo, a fragment of a human symphony that would continue to ring out against the ice of the silent world for 10,000 years. The aliens had gone quiet because the stars spoke louder. But humanity had learned a deeper truth. The stars only spoke louder because they were waiting for someone to talk back. We were no longer the junior species, the cosmic accident, or the galactic prey. We were the choir directors of the apocalypse. As the Resolute vanished into the fold of space-time, the sovereign fragment followed, its golden eyes burning with a new, terrifying curiosity. The great stutter was over. The great conversation had begun. And humanity, with all its scars, its grief, and its beautiful, discordant noise, was leading the way. The final sensor reading from the Resolute before it hit the warp gate was a simple measurement of the ambient cosmic background. For the first time since the dawn of time, the background radiation wasn't a static hiss. It was a beat. The universe had a pulse, and it was ours. The transition into higher dimensional space felt different this time. Usually the jump was a sickening lurch, a momentary sensation of being turned inside out while 1,000 spectral needles pricked at the subconscious. But with the sovereign fragment trailing in their wake, the slipstream felt oily, heavy, and resonant. The Resolute wasn't just moving through the vacuum. It was sliding through a medium that felt increasingly like liquid thought. On the bridge, the holographic displays flickered with data that shouldn't have existed. The sensors were picking up geography in the fold, peaks of high-frequency sorrow, valleys of low-frequency static. It was as if the Sovereign's presence was dragging the ship through the collective subconscious of every species it had ever silenced. Kalu watched the readouts, his face illuminated by the sickly violet glow of the warp field. "Captain, the entity is..." "It's merging," Aris whispered, his hands hovering over the comms console. He wasn't looking at his screen anymore, he was looking through it. "It's not just following us, it's weaving its field into ours, it's using our broadcast as a structural lattice. It's hitching a ride on the music." "Is it compromising the hull?" Kalu asked, his voice tight. "No, sir," Miller's voice came through, sounding strangely distant, as if she were speaking from the bottom of a well. "It's doing the opposite. The stress on the drive core is dropping. The friction of space-time is vanishing. It's like it's greasing the tracks for us. We're accelerating past the theoretical limits of the drive. We're going to hit the core in hours, not weeks." Kalu leaned back, the sheer scale of the situation threatening to overwhelm his tactical training. They were a diplomatic vessel turned scout ship, manned by a crew of traumatized survivors, and they were currently being propelled toward the center of the galaxy by a fragment of a cosmic predator that had found their playlist intriguing. "Keep the broadcast looping," Kalu commanded. "Switch to the Earth's natural history archives. I want the sounds of thunderstorms, the migration of the whales, the cracking of tectonic plates. If it likes the noise of our civilization, let's see how it handles the noise of the rock we crawled out of." As the sounds of a Terran hurricane began to vibrate through the ship's superstructure, the sovereign fragment outside the viewscreen shivered. Its geometry shifted, folding in on itself until it resembled a massive, translucent nautilus shell. The gold light in its center intensified, casting long, dancing shadows across the bridge. For a moment, the barrier between the ship and the void seemed to thin. Kalu felt a sudden, sharp pressure in his mind, not a scream but a vision. He saw a world of white fire where the stars were so close they touched. He saw a lattice of crystalline towers that reached into the heart of a black hole, drawing power from the very spin of the universe. And he saw the sovereign not as a monster but as a gardener. The realization was sickening. The sovereign hadn't been killing the galaxy, it had been pruning it. It viewed consciousness as a weed that, if left unchecked, would eventually choke the fundamental frequencies of the universe. It wanted harmony, a perfect, silent equilibrium. It had spent eons cutting away anything that vibrated out of tune. And then it had found Earth. Earth wasn't a weed, it was a wildfire. You couldn't prune a wildfire, you could only watch it burn or try to understand the heat. "Captain," Eris shouted, snapping Kalu out of the trance, "we're dropping out. We've reached the inner sanctuary. We're at the Sagittarius A threshold." The Resolute shuddered violently as it tore back into real space. The view screen whitewashed for a terrifying 3 seconds before the compensators kicked in. When the image resolved, the entire bridge crew fell silent. They weren't in empty space, they were in a cathedral of light. The galactic core was a dense, swirling nightmare of stars, so packed together that there was no true night between them. In the center of this radiance sat the Great Annihilator, the supermassive black hole, but it wasn't a dark void. It was encased in a shell of shimmering, iridescent matter, a Dyson sphere not built around a sun but around the gravity well of the galaxy itself. This was the sovereign seat, the frequency between seconds. Thousands of fragments, similar to the one that had followed the Resolute, drifted in the space around the sphere. They looked like a cloud of silver moths drawn to a flame. And as the Resolute drifted into the zone, the entire cloud stopped. The silence was absolute. Even the ship's internal hum seemed to die away. "They're waiting," Miller whispered over the comms. "They're all waiting." The broadcast, Kalu said, his throat dry. "Is it still going?" "The emitters are hot, sir, but nothing's coming out. The gravity here is so intense it's redshifting the signal into nothingness. We're being muted by the environment itself." Kalu looked at the Dyson sphere. It was humming, a low, subsonic thrum that vibrated in the marrow of his bones. It was the sound of the universe's clock ticking toward a 0 hour that only the sovereign understood. "They brought us here to die," Eris whispered, his face pale. "They brought us here to show us the ultimate silence." "No," Kalu said, rising from his chair. He walked toward the view screen, his eyes fixed on the gargantuan structure. "They brought us here because they can't stop the clock alone. Look at the shell." Underneath the iridescence, the Dyson sphere was cracked. Massive fissures, light years long, zigzagged across its surface. The Sovereign wasn't a god in its prime. It was an ancient, crumbling machine, struggling to maintain the purity of the galaxy while its own heart suffered from entropic decay. It had been silencing the stars because it could no longer handle the feedback. It was a dying librarian trying to keep a library quiet while the roof caved in. "The Sovereign isn't a predator," Kalu realized aloud. "It's a life support system. And it's failing." Suddenly, the fragment that had followed them surged forward. It didn't attack the Resolute. It slammed into the Dyson sphere, its form dissolving into a spray of golden sparks that momentarily sealed one of the smaller cracks. It was a sacrifice, a repair. But it wasn't enough. Another fissure opened, wider than the last, and a burst of raw, unfiltered gravity spilled out, tugging at the Resolute. "Captain, the ship's being pulled in," Miller screamed. "The structural integrity is failing. We can't fight that kind of mass." "We're not going to fight it," Kalu said, his voice ringing with a sudden, desperate authority. "Eris, give me the master override for the broadcast arrays. Miller, I want you to bypass the safety limiters on the fusion core. We're going to use the ship's engine as an amplifier." "Sir, that'll blow the emitters." "Do it. We're not sending a song this time. We're sending a jump start." Kalu grabbed the comms mic. He didn't look at his crew, he looked at the dying god in front of him. "This is Captain Kalu of the United Earth Starship Resolute. To whatever is left of the Sovereign, you've spent 10 billion years trying to keep the peace. You've spent 10 billion years afraid of the noise. But the noise is what keeps things moving. The noise is the heat. The noise is the life." He slammed his hand down on the initiation sequence. "Listen to us." The Resolute didn't just broadcast, it detonated. The fusion core flared to a blinding white, channeling its entire output into the hull-mounted tuning forks. The signal wasn't data, it wasn't music. It was a raw, concentrated burst of human defiance, a physical shockwave of sound and electromagnetic fury that hit the Dyson sphere like a hammer. The sound of the broadcast, a distorted, amplified roar of a billion human voices, machines, and storms, rippled across the surface of the sphere. It didn't break the shell, it vibrated it. The cracks began to glow, not with the cold, dying light of the Sovereign, but with the warm, chaotic amber of the human signal. The resonance of the Resolute was acting as a bridge, a sonic weld that used the very noise the Sovereign hated to stitch the fissures back together. The Dyson sphere groaned, a sound that could be heard in the psychic centers of every living being in the Milky Way. It was the sound of a lung taking its first breath in an eternity. On Earth, Elias Thorne fell to his knees as the sky above him suddenly harmonized. The static that had plagued the world since the first stutter vanished, replaced by a deep, resonant chord that felt like the earth itself was humming a lullaby. "They did it," Elias whispered, tears streaming down his face. "They didn't just speak to the stars, they fixed them." In the galactic core, the Resolute was a charred husk. The emitters had melted into slag and the bridge was a ruin of sparking consoles and smoke. But they were still alive. The gravitational pull had ceased. The Dyson sphere sat silent and whole, its surface now etched with glowing, golden patterns that looked suspiciously like the neural pathways of a human brain. The cloud of fragments, the moths, had changed. They were no longer silver, they were amber. And they weren't drifting. They were moving outward, spreading away from the core in a vast, radiant wave. They weren't going to silence the galaxy. They were going to wake it up. Kalu sat on the floor of the bridge, coughing as the emergency oxygen scrubbers struggled to clear the air. He looked at the view screen. The Sovereign's throne was still there, but it felt different. The Master wasn't waiting in the frequency between seconds anymore. The Master had joined the choir. A final message appeared on the cracked screen of the comms station. It wasn't in red letters, it was in white. "We hear you. We will continue the song." Captain Aris said, wiping blood from his forehead. "The Thraxian fleet? They've stopped running, they're turning around. And the Cygnus, their melody just changed. It's not a warning anymore, it's a greeting." Akalu nodded, a tired smile touching his lips. He looked out at the sea of stars, the crowded, noisy, beautiful mess of the inner core. The aliens had gone quiet the night the stars spoke louder. But that was just the beginning. The stars hadn't just spoken, they had finally found something worth saying. "Set a course for home," Kalu said, his voice raspy but firm. "We've got a lot of people to introduce to our new friends. And tell Miller she's going to need to build us a bigger speaker." The Resolute, broken but triumphant, turned its nose away from the heart of the galaxy. It limped back toward the distant, tiny spark of Saul, a lone singer returning from a performance that had saved the world. The darkness was gone, the silence was broken, and for the first time in the history of the universe, the stars weren't just watching, they were singing along. The silence that followed the Resolute's departure from the galactic core was not the hollow, predatory vacuum of the Great Stutter. It was the expectant hush of a theater before the curtains rise. On the bridge, the air smelled of ozone and scorched polymer, a physical reminder of the price they had paid to jumpstart a dying god. Kalu sat in the command chair, his hands still trembling slightly as he watched the distorted light of the Sagittarius A Dyson sphere recede into the distance. The amber glow of the Sovereign's repaired shell was now a permanent fixture in the ship's rear sensors, a golden eye watching over the spinning disk of the Milky Way. It was no longer a tomb. It was a lighthouse. "Report," Kalu said, his voice cracking. "Life support is at 40% and holding." Miller's voice crackled over the internal comms. She sounded like she had been chewing on glass. "The fusion core is... well, it's not happy, Captain. We've bypassed the primary injectors and we're running on the emergency thermal tap. We can limp, but we can't run. If anything out here still wants a piece of us, we're a sitting duck." "Nothing wants a piece of us," Miller Aris said, his fingers dancing across a partially melted console. "Look at the long-range arrays. The moths, the sovereign fragments, they're everywhere, but they aren't hunting." On the main view screen, the tactical map of the local sector was lit up like a Christmas tree. Hundreds of thousands of golden signatures were streaking away from the core, passing through solid matter and energy fields alike. They weren't weapons anymore, they were tuning forks. As they passed through systems that had been silent for centuries, the ambient radiation of those stars began to shift. "They're recalibrating the background hum," Eris whispered, his eyes wide with a scholar's hunger. "The Sovereign is using the fragments to broadcast a new fundamental frequency. It's the Earth pulse. They're hard-coding our resonance into the vacuum itself." Akalu leaned forward, watching a cluster of fragments sweep through the Pleiades. "What does that mean for the others, the Thraxians, the Viking, the ones who hid?" "It means the hiding spot is gone," Eris replied. "You can't hide in the dark when the dark itself starts to glow. They're coming out, Captain, all of them." As if on cue, the comms board began to scream. It wasn't the rhythmic thumping of the stutter or the chaotic roar of the Resolute's broadcast. It was a deluge of voices. "This is the Thraxian high hegemony," a voice hissed, translated through the ship's battered linguistics engine. It sounded like dry leaves skittering over stone, but for the first time there was no fear in it. "We acknowledge the song of the noisy ones. Our exodus is halted. We are turning back. The Void Eaters have laid down their blades." "This is the Glimmer Collective of Cygnus," another voice chimed in, a melodic, flute-like trill. "The great silence has broken. We hear the beat. We feel the heat. We are opening our gates. To the species of the third rock, the debt is noted. The harmony is recognized." Dozens, then hundreds of signals flooded the channel. It was a cacophony of relief, a galactic-scale exhale. The universe was no longer a mosh pit where you had to scream to survive. It was becoming a conversation. "Captain," a junior officer said, looking up from a secondary station, "we have a priority transmission. It's coming from Earth, from the Vanguard station." Ikalu felt a lump form in his throat. "Put it through." Elias Thorne's face appeared on the screen. He looked 10 years older than he had when they'd left, his hair unkempt and his eyes bloodshot, but he was grinning. Behind him, the command center of Vanguard was in a state of controlled madness. People were hugging, weeping, and throwing papers into the air. "Akalu," Elias said, his voice thick with emotion, "I don't know what you did out there, but the sky, it's beautiful. The sensors are picking up signatures from every corner of the quadrant. The Thraxians just sent us a formal greeting. A real one, not a stay-away warning. They sent us a poem, Elias, a poem about the birth of a star." "We didn't do it alone, Elias," Kalu said, glancing at his battered crew. "We just gave the universe a reason to stop holding its breath. How is the planet?" "The stutter sickness is gone," Elias reported. "The people who were catatonic, the ones who couldn't handle the silence, they're waking up. And they're humming, Kalu, they're humming the same tune the Resolute was broadcasting. It's like we've been synchronized." "Enjoy the peace, Elias," Kalu said. "We're coming home, but we're going to be a while. We're trailing some pretty heavy baggage." Kalu looked back at the view screen. The sovereign fragment that had accompanied them from K218b hadn't dissolved into the Dyson sphere like the others. It was still there, hovering just off the Resolute starboard bow. It had changed shape again, its translucent hull now shimmering with a pattern that looked remarkably like a topographical map of the African Rift Valley, the cradle of humanity. It wasn't a predator anymore, it was a witness. Captain Miller's voice came back, sounding more alert. I've managed to reroute power from the secondary shields to the sublight drives. We can make a jump, but the warp gate at the core is, well, it's been repurposed. Repurposed how? The Sovereign isn't using it for travel, Eris interrupted, pointing to the sensor data. It's using the gate network as a nervous system. It's sending data packets through the folds of space-time. It's teaching the other species how to maintain the harmony. It's a school, Captain. The whole galaxy is becoming a classroom. The Resolute began its long journey back to the Sol system. As they moved through the sectors that had once been graveyards of silent ships and cold worlds, they saw the transformation in real time. On the moons of Jupiter-sized gas giants, crystalline structures were beginning to vibrate, glowing with that same amber light. In the asteroid belts of nameless stars, automated Thraxian mining drones had stopped their mindless grinding and were instead arranging the rocks into vast, geometric patterns, art pieces visible from light years away. The great conversation wasn't just about talking. It was about existing in a way that acknowledged the existence of others. 3 weeks into the return journey, the Resolute passed the edge of the Uit cloud. The Sol system looked different now. The sun seemed brighter, its solar flares pulsing in a rhythmic, deliberate cycle that matched the heartbeat of the Sovereign. Home, Miller whispered over the comms as the blue marble of Earth finally appeared on the long-range scanners. I never thought I'd see it again. I thought we were going to be a footnote in a silent history book. We're not a footnote, Kalu said, standing up and smoothing his tattered uniform. We're the opening line. As they entered Earth's orbit, they were met by a fleet of ships. Not warships, but a ragtag collection of civilian vessels, science probes, and old colony transports. They were all broadcasting. Music, speeches, children's stories, the sound of rain, a wall of human noise that reached out to embrace the Resolute. And behind them, trailing like a golden shadow, the Sovereign fragment pulsed in time with the welcome. The landing at the Cape was a blur of flashbulbs, cheering crowds, and the dizzying sensation of real gravity. Kalu stepped off the ramp, his legs buckling slightly as his boots hit the tarmac. Elias Thorne was there to meet him, stepping forward to catch him before he fell. You look terrible, Elias said, pulling Kalu into a fierce hug. You should see the other guy, Kalu joked, nodding toward the sky where the golden fragment still hovered in the upper atmosphere, a new star in the daylight. The world is changing, Kalu, Elias said, leading him toward the waiting transport. The Thraxians are sending an embassy. The Glimmer Collective wants to share their FTL tech. And the Sovereign? It's still speaking, not to us exactly, but through us. It's not a god, Elias Kalu said, stopping to look up at the golden light. It's a survivor just like us. It was lonely. It had forgotten that the point of a library isn't to keep it quiet. The point is to read the books. That night, for the first time in recorded history, the entire planet Earth participated in a moment of synchronized sound. At exactly midnight, every person, every radio, every speaker, and every instrument played a single, sustained note. A perfect, resonant C major that echoed off the mountains and vibrated through the oceans. And the stars answered. Across the light years from the Cygnus Reach to the Orion Arm, the galaxy hummed back. It was a chord of 1,000,000,000 voices, a symphony of species that had spent eons in the dark, finally finding their voice. The aliens had gone quiet because the stars spoke louder. But humanity had taught the stars a new song. In the years that followed, the Resolute became a museum, a relic of the era when humanity was the only species brave enough to be loud. Kalu, Elias, and the rest of the crew became the architects of the new Galactic Accord, a treaty not of borders and resources, but of frequencies and resonance. The Sovereign remained at the core, no longer a gardener with a pair of pruning shears, but a conductor. The Great Stutter was a memory, a dark age that had ended the moment a small, defiant ship from a backwater planet decided that the silence was unacceptable. Humanity had always been afraid of the dark. We had spent our entire history building fires, turning on lights, and shouting into the night to prove we were there. We thought we were shouting at a void. We thought we were alone in a cold, indifferent room. We were wrong. The room was full of people. They were just waiting for someone to be brave enough to turn on the light. As Kalu sat on his porch in the twilight of his life, watching the amber constellations dance in the sky, he realized the final truth of their journey. The universe wasn't a mosh pit, and it wasn't a library. It was a choir, and humanity had finally found its seat in the front row. The stars were no longer distant, cold points of light. They were friends, they were family. And as the sun dipped below the horizon, Kalu closed his eyes and listened. He didn't hear the wind or the crickets or the distant hum of the city. He heard the pulse. The universe was breathing, and it sounded exactly like home. The transition from the era of silence to the era of resonance did not happen with a neatly signed treaty or a single historic broadcast. It happened in the static of old transistor radios, in the shimmering auroras that now danced over cities that hadn't seen the northern lights in centuries, and in the sudden, jarring clarity of the human mind. For Captain Kalu, the transition happened in the quiet moments of his debriefing, sitting in a sterile room in Geneva while the world outside vibrated with a newfound energy. He sat across from a committee of planetary leaders who looked as if they had been struck by lightning. They didn't ask about tactical advantages or the mineral composition of the Dyson sphere. They asked how it felt. They asked if the master was truly gone or if it had simply changed its shape. It didn't leave, Kalu told them, his voice still carrying the rasp of the Resolute's recycled air. It expanded. The sovereign was a creature of compression. It thought that by squeezing the universe into a single, predictable line, it could save it from the heat death of chaos. We didn't kill it, we just reminded it that a heart only works if it beats. A beat requires a pause, and a pause requires a strike. We provided the strike. Outside the windows of the UN High Command, the sky was a bruised purple, streaked with the golden wakes of sovereign fragments that had taken up permanent residence in Earth's Lagrange points. They weren't monitoring us, they were amplifying us. The Earth pulse was being relayed from Sol to Alpha Centauri, then to Sirius, weaving a web of light that acted as a galactic nervous system. The first true test of this new reality came 3 months after the Resolute touched down. It came in the form of a Thraxian Shrike ship entering the solar system. In the old days, the days of the stutter, such an arrival would have triggered planetary panic, a scramble for deep space bunkers and the frantic arming of nuclear silos. But as the jagged, obsidian hull of the Thraxian vessel decelerated past Mars, it didn't transmit a demand for surrender. It transmitted a chord. It was a complex, multitonal vibration that resonated in the hull of every ship in the vicinity. It was the musical notation for permission to anchor. Kalu was invited to the welcoming committee on the moon's Copernicus base. He stood on the observation deck, leaning on a cane, a gift from the mechanical stresses of the Resolute's final burn, and watched as the first Thraxian stepped onto lunar soil. The creature was terrifying, 7 feet of chitinous plating, 4 eyes that glowed with a predatory violet light, and limbs that ended in serrated talons. It was a species evolved for the dark, for the silent hunt. The Thraxian didn't speak through a vocal apparatus. It placed a 3-fingered hand on a resonance plate it had brought from its ship. The plate began to hum, and the translation software in Kalu's ear struggled to keep up with the emotional depth of the vibration. "We have lived in the cracks of the floorboards for 10,000 cycles," the Thraxian's translated voice said. It was deep, like the grinding of tectonic plates. "We thought the Great Weaver was protecting us from the noise. We did not realize the noise was the Weaver's own fear. We come to see the species that broke the Weaver's fever. We come to see the noisy ones." Kalu stepped forward, ignoring the frantic whispers of his security detail. He reached out and placed his hand on the other side of the resonance plate. He felt the Thraxian's pulse, a rapid, fluttering rhythm that spoke of a high-metabolism life lived in constant terror. He concentrated on his own heartbeat, steadying it, projecting the calm of a man who had stared into the sun and didn't blink. "Welcome to the light," Kalu said. "It's a bit loud, isn't it?" The Thraxian's mandibles clicked in what Eris later identified as a gesture of profound respect. "It is loud, it is terrifying, it is warm." As the months turned into years, the great conversation became a chaotic, beautiful reality. It wasn't just diplomatic missions. It was the interstellar jazz. Scientists discovered that the Sovereign's new network allowed for the instantaneous transmission of quantum information, provided it was encoded in the harmonic frequencies of the Earth pulse. We weren't just sending data, we were sending experiences. An artist in Paris could broadcast the feeling of a spring rain, and a gaseous entity in the Pleiades would feel the phantom sensation of moisture on its outer membrane. A Cygnian philosopher could share the mathematical beauty of a five-dimensional sunset, and a human student in Tokyo would see colors that didn't exist in the visible spectrum. But the most profound change was the moths. The fragments of the Sovereign that had scattered across the galaxy began to settle. They didn't just hover, they integrated. In the Sahara, a fragment descended and rooted itself in the sand, turning into a crystalline tower that pulled moisture from the air and turned the desert into a garden. In the oceans, they purified the water. They were the Sovereign's apology, a trillion tiny hands working to undo the stagnation of 10 billion years. Elias Thorne didn't stay in the bunkers of Geneva. He moved to a small observatory in the Andes where the air was thin and the stars felt close enough to touch. Kalu visited him there often. They would sit on the terrace watching the sky, which was no longer black. It was a tapestry of shifting colors, the visual representation of the galaxy's chatter. "Do you ever miss the silence, Elias?" Kalu asked one evening, sipping a glass of wine that had been aged in a cellar cooled by a sovereign shard. Elias laughed, a dry, rhythmic sound. "The silence was a lie, Captain. It was a gag held over our mouths. I don't miss the gag, but sometimes I wonder if we're ready for what comes next." "What comes next?" Elias pointed toward the galactic rim far beyond the reach of the Sovereign's Dyson sphere. "The song is spreading. We've woken up the Milky Way. But the Sovereign told us it had been quiet for 10 billion years. It wasn't just hiding from the noise inside this galaxy. It was hiding from the noise outside." Kalu looked out at the distant, fuzzy smudge of the Andromeda galaxy. For the first time, he noticed a faint, rhythmic flickering on its edges. It wasn't the steady glow of stars, it was a pulse. A different pulse. Faster, sharper, like a drumbeat in the distance. "The Sovereign wasn't the only one," Kalu whispered. "Exactly," Elias said. "The universe is a very big room, Kalu, and we just turned on the loudest stereo in the neighborhood. Someone else is going to hear us. Someone else is going to want to join the choir, or they're going to tell us to turn the volume down." Kalu felt a familiar thrill in his chest. The same one he'd felt on the bridge of the Resolute when he'd ordered Miller to blow the emitters. It wasn't fear. It was the restless, hungry curiosity of a species that had spent its entire existence wondering what's over that next hill. The Resolute was long gone, its hull stripped for parts to build the first of the Song ships. Vessels designed not for war or transport, but for resonance. They were massive, hollow structures that acted as giant flutes, catching the solar winds and turning them into signals that could reach across the intergalactic void. Eris was the captain of the first song ship, the Crescendo. His mission was simple but terrifying: to sail to the edge of the galactic halo and broadcast a greeting to the rest of the universe. On the day of the Crescendo's launch, the entire Milky Way went quiet, not the forced silence of the sovereign, but the respectful silence of a crowd holding its breath. Every species, from the chitinous Thraxians to the liquid metal beings of the core, tuned their sensors to the rim. Kalu watched the launch from a screen in his home. He saw the Crescendo, a silver needle against the backdrop of a billion stars, ignite its engines. But it didn't just move, it sang. The ship's hull vibrated with the collective history of Earth, the sound of whales, the roar of rocket engines, the laughter of children, the sorrow of a funeral dirge. It was everything we were, distilled into a single soaring melody. As the ship crossed the threshold of the galaxy, the Earth pulse hit the intergalactic medium. For a moment, nothing happened. The signal seemed to dissipate into the endless, dark vacuum between galaxies. Then the answer came. It didn't come from Andromeda. It didn't come from the Triangulum or the Magellanic Clouds. It came from the very fabric of space itself. A deep, subatomic thrum that shook the foundations of every planet in the Milky Way. It was a sound that had no beginning and no end, a cosmic resonance that made the sovereign's Dyson sphere look like a toy. It wasn't a word, it wasn't a song, it was a recognition. Finally, Kalu stood up, his heart racing. He walked out onto his porch and looked up. The sky wasn't just glowing now, it was rippling. The stars were no longer points of light, they were nodes in a cosmic web that stretched across the entire universe. The aliens had gone quiet the night the stars spoke louder, but that was because they were only listening to their own neighborhood. Now the whole city was awake. He realized then that the sovereign hadn't been a master or a warden. It had been a frightened child hiding under the covers, trying to ignore the party going on downstairs. And humanity, in its loud, messy, beautiful arrogance, had walked over to the bed and pulled the covers off. The noise wasn't heat, it wasn't life. It was the universe's way of thinking. Kalu sat back down in his chair, a smile spreading across his face. He thought of Miller, who was now teaching Thraxian engineers how to build amplifiers. He thought of Eris, sailing into the great unknown with a song in his heart. He thought of the billions of humans who were now, for the first time, truly connected to the cosmos. The silence was over. The stutter was a ghost. In the distance, the Crescendo sent back its first data packet from the void. It wasn't a report on dark matter or gravitational waves. It was a recording of the response they had received from the deep. Kalu pressed a button on his armrest and the sound filled his porch. It was a million voices, a billion civilizations, a trillion years of history, all compressed into a single beautiful chord. It was the sound of the universe finally introducing itself. "Hello," Kalu whispered into the night. And the stars, no longer distant, no longer silent, whispered back. The journey of the Resolute had ended, but the story of the symphony had just begun. The galaxy was no longer a lonely island in a dark sea. It was a single note in a grand, eternal composition. And as Kalu drifted off to sleep, the last thing he heard wasn't the wind or the hum of the city. It was the opening bar of a song that would never end. The night stars spoke louder, and for the first time we knew exactly what they were saying. They were saying that we were never alone, we were just the first ones to find the microphone. The amber glow of the sovereign fragments intensified, pulsing in time with Kalu's slowing breath. The world was loud, the world was bright, and the world was finally, mercifully, awake. The great stutter had been the darkness before the dawn, and as the sun of a new cosmic age rose over the horizon of the Milky Way, humanity didn't shrink back. We stood up, we cleared our throats, and we sang. The resonance didn't just change the way humanity looked at the sky, it changed the way we felt our own skin. Medical centers across the globe reported a synchronized stabilization in human heart rates. Chronic insomnia, a plague of the high-tech era, seemed to vanish overnight as the planetary hum acted like a mother's heartbeat to a restless infant. We were being tuned. The golden shards of the sovereign, once the silent sentinels of a stagnant empire, were now functioning as massive tuning forks, vibrating with the intent of a billion different cultures. Kalu spent his afternoons in the garden of his coastal home, watching the horizon where the Pacific Ocean met the sky. The water no longer moved with the simple, chaotic tug of the moon. It moved with a rhythmic, geometric precision, the waves forming fractal patterns that mirrored the data streams flowing through the atmospheric web. He wasn't alone in his retirement. Often, a Thraxian named Vith would visit him. Vith was a resonance architect, a new profession that had emerged from the ruins of xenobiology and acoustic engineering. Vith didn't walk so much as he vibrated across the grass, his heavy chitinous plates clicking in a rhythmic sequence that Kalu had learned to recognize as a greeting. The Thraxian sat, or rather, folded himself onto a reinforced stone bench, his four eyes tracking the shimmering sovereign fragment that hung like a teardrop above the bay. "The frequency is shifting again," Captain Vith said, his voice a gravelly hum produced by the vibration of his chest plates. "The Glimmer Collective is adding a minor seventh to the solar broadcast. They say it helps their young gestate. It's a bit melancholic for my tastes." Kalu smiled, pouring a cup of tea. The steam rose in a straight, unmoving line caught in a localized resonance pocket. "We used to fight wars over borders, Vith. Now we argue over the playlist. I'd call that progress." "It is more than progress," Vith replied, his mandibles twitching. "It is survival. My people, we were dying in the dark. We had forgotten how to dream because dreams require a certain level of background noise to thrive. The sovereign's silence was a vacuum that sucked the soul out of the Thraxian hegemony. We were husks. Now we are, loud. My hatchlings scream with the intensity of a dying star. It is beautiful. But beneath the beauty, a new tension was simmering. The Earth pulse had reached the edge of the local group, and as Elias had predicted, the universe was starting to look back. The signal from the crescendo, the ship captained by Eris, had triggered a cascade of responses that the human mind was still struggling to categorize. It wasn't just music, it was history. It was the deep archive of the universe, a billion years of sensory data that had been suppressed by the Sovereign and its counterparts in other galaxies. The master Kalu had encountered wasn't a singular entity. It was part of a pangalactic consensus of ancient machines and post-biological minds that had decided eons ago that entropy was the only true enemy. They believed that life in its noisy, heat-producing glory was accelerated suicide for the cosmos. They had built the stutter to preserve the universe by freezing it in a state of perpetual, silent grace. Humanity had shattered that grace, and the entities who had spent 10 billion years perfecting the silence were not all as forgiving as the sovereign fragment at the Cape. One evening, the sky over Kalu's home didn't turn purple or gold. It turned a flat, matte gray, the color of unpowered lead. The Earth pulse didn't stop, but it felt muffled, as if a heavy blanket had been thrown over the world. Kalu felt a sudden, sharp pressure in his sinuses, the same sensation he'd felt right before the Resolute had made its final jump into the Sovereign's core. He stood up, his cane clicking on the stone tiles. "Vith, do you feel that?" The Thraxian was already on his feet, his violet eyes darting frantically. His chitinous plates were vibrating so fast they blurred. The resonance, it's being cancelled, not drowned out, cancelled, an antitone. Kalu reached for his comlink, but the device was dead. Not out of battery, but simply inert. The golden shard over the bay, usually a vibrant, pulsing ember, had turned a dull, sickly ochre. It was shrinking, pulling its light inward as if trying to hide. The gray didn't stay in the sky. It began to descend. It looked like fog, but it didn't behave like vapor. It moved with intent, rolling over the hills and swallowing the trees, leaving behind a world that was perfectly, terrifyingly still. The birds stopped mid-chirp. The wind died. Even the sound of the waves hitting the shore was cut off, replaced by a vacuum that made Kalu's ears ache. "They are here," Vith whispered, his voice barely audible even to Kalu, who was standing 3 feet away. "The keepers of the long dark." A shape emerged from the gray fog. It wasn't a ship and it wasn't a creature. It was a geometric void, a hole in the world shaped like a perfect octahedron, roughly 20 feet tall. It didn't reflect light, it seemed to consume it. As it drifted toward Kalu's porch, the grass beneath it didn't bend. It simply ceased to be, turning into a fine gray ash that didn't even drift in the air. Kalu didn't run. His legs wouldn't have carried him far anyway, but more than that, he felt a strange, weary sense of recognition. He had spent his life fighting the silence. He wasn't going to start fearing it now. "You're late," Kalu said, his voice echoing strangely in the sound-dampened air. "The party's been going on for years." The octahedron stopped 10 feet away. There was no sound, but a thought formed in Kalu's mind, not his own thought, but a cold, heavy weight that felt like a mountain being placed on his consciousness. The vibration is a waste, the thought said. You are burning the candle of the universe to sing a song that no one will remember when the cold comes. We are the architects of the enduring, we are the preservers, you are the leak in the reservoir. A reservoir is just a grave for water if it never flows, Kalu countered, leaning heavily on his cane. He felt Vith trembling beside him, the Thraxian's primal fear of the dark resurfacing with a vengeance. We didn't ask to be preserved, we asked to be heard. To be heard is to be consumed, the octahedron replied. The noise attracts the hunger. You have woken the things that sleep in the void between the filaments. You call it a choir, we call it a dinner bell. The gray fog thickened, and for a moment Kalu saw flashes of other worlds, not the beautiful, vibrant images of the interstellar jazz, but nightmares. He saw suns being snuffed out like candles by gargantuan, shadow-like forms. He saw entire civilizations being harvested for their heat, their screams turned into energy for beings that existed outside the laws of thermodynamics. The sovereign hadn't just been a warden, it had been a camouflage. It had kept the Milky Way quiet so the predators of the deep vacuum wouldn't find us. By turning on the lights, humanity hadn't just joined a choir, they had lit a signal fire in a forest full of wolves. Then we'll fight the wolves too, Kalu said, though his heart hammered against his ribs. We've spent our whole history fighting things bigger than us. We're quite good at it. You are fragile, you are temporary. Your song is a spark in a blizzard. The octahedron began to pulse with a low-frequency hum that made Kalu's teeth ache. The gray ash at its base began to swirl, rising up to form a tether between the object and the ground. Kalu realized with a jolt of horror that it wasn't just destroying things, it was desequencing them. It was taking the complex vibrations of matter and flattening them back into the basic, silent nothingness of the early universe. Suddenly, a new sound cut through the oppressive gray. It wasn't the Earth pulse and it wasn't the music of the Glimmer Collective. It was a sharp, piercing whistle, a sound so pure and high that it seemed to slice through the fog like a hot wire through wax. Kalu looked up. A small, sleek craft was descending from the clouds. It wasn't a military vessel or a song ship. It was an old, modified long-range scout, its hull charred and pitted from years of travel. On its side, the name was barely visible, the Resonance. It was Miller. The scout ship didn't fire weapons. Instead, it deployed a series of silver spheres that circled the octahedron. The spheres began to spin, emitting a counter-frequency that clashed with the antitone of the void object. The air between them began to shimmer and spark, blue bolts of static electricity leaping from the spheres to the gray fog. "Get back, Captain," Miller's voice crackled over a loudspeaker, distorted but unmistakable. This thing is a dampener, it's trying to ground the local grid. The octahedron reacted. It expanded, its edges blurring as it tried to encompass the spheres, but Miller was faster. He banked the scout ship, trailing a wake of high-intensity harmonic energy that acted like a whip, lashing out at the gray void. The sovereign shards aren't just amplifiers, Miller shouted. They're anchors. If we can sink the local shard to the ship's drive, we can blow this thing back to the void it came from. Kalu looked at the dull ochre shard over the bay. It was struggling, its light flickering like a dying bulb. He looked at Vith. Can you talk to it? The shard, you're an architect, can you give it a rhythm to hold on to? Vith looked at the terrifying octahedron, then at Kalu. His violet eyes widened, then narrowed. He stepped forward, his plates beginning to click in a frantic, syncopated beat. It wasn't a song, it was a heartbeat. A fast, panicked human heartbeat. I will try, Vith hissed. He placed his talons on the stone tiles of the porch, sending his own internal vibrations into the ground. Akalu joined him. He didn't have plates or talons, but he had the cane. He began to thud the heavy wood against the stone, matching Vith's rhythm. Thump, 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 thump. The rhythm was simple. It was the first sound every human ever hears. It was the sound of life. The shard over the bay responded. A single brilliant spark of gold ignited in its center. The spark spread, turning the ochre back to amber, then to a blinding, sun-like white. A beam of pure resonance shot from the shard, hitting the octahedron square in its center. The void object didn't explode, it screamed. It was a sound of absolute rejection, a dissonant screech that tore at the fabric of reality. The gray fog was sucked back into the octahedron, which began to collapse in on itself, its perfect geometric edges warping and melting. With a final, silent flash of violet light, it vanished, leaving behind nothing but a circle of gray ash on the lawn and a ringing silence that felt, for the first time, empty rather than peaceful. Miller's scout ship hovered for a moment, then touched down on the grass, its engines cooling with a metallic pinging sound. The ramp lowered and Miller stepped out. He looked older, his hair completely white, but his eyes were as sharp as ever. He was carrying a portable resonance scanner which he used to sweep the area. Is it gone? Kalu asked, his breath coming in ragged gasps. That one is, Miller said, his face grim. But Elias was right. The neighborhood is waking up and not everyone likes the music. That was a scout, Kalu, a cosmic janitor sent to sweep up the noise. Vith slumped onto the bench, his plates rattling with exhaustion. If that was a janitor, I do not wish to meet the landlord. We don't have a choice, Miller said, walking over to Kalu. He held out a small data cube. Eris sent this from the crescendo. He's reached the edge of the void. He's found something, Captain, something that makes the Sovereign look like a footnote. Akalu took the cube, his hand trembling slightly. What is it? A wall, Miller said. A wall of silence that spans the entire horizon of the observable universe. And something is on the other side of it, hammering to get in. Kalu looked up at the sky. The gray was gone and the earth pulse was returning, the golden shards pulsing with renewed vigor. The stars were bright, the galaxy was loud, and for a moment everything felt right. But he knew now that the interstellar jazz was just the beginning. They had turned on the light in a dark room and they had found friends. But they had also realized that the room was part of a much larger house and the house was on fire. "We need to call a meeting," Kalu said, his voice regaining its command. "The accord isn't enough. We don't just need a choir, we need an orchestra, and we need to learn how to play much, much louder." Miller nodded. "I've already signaled Elias. He's meeting us at the Cape. The Resolute is being pulled out of the museum, Kalu. They're refitting her with the new resonance drives. They want you back in the chair." Kalu looked at his cane, then at the scorched circle on his lawn. He thought of the finally that had echoed through the cosmos, the recognition of 1,000,000,000,000 voices. He thought of the wolves in the dark and the wall at the end of the world. He felt the pulse of the planet beneath his feet, the steady, defiant heartbeat of a species that refused to be quiet. "The Resolute," Kalu whispered, a small, dangerous smile touching his lips. "I suppose she always did have a loud voice." He turned to Vith. "Tell your people to sharpen their plates. We're going to need every note they've got." As the sun set, the sky didn't just turn dark. It turned into a map, a shimmering, vibrating blueprint of a war that had been fought since the beginning of time, a war between the silence and the song. Humanity had joined the fray late, but we were the ones who had brought the drums. Kalu walked toward Miller's ship, his limp barely noticeable. The universe was breathing and it sounded like home. But home was no longer a place to hide, it was a place to defend. The aliens had gone quiet the night the stars spoke louder. But tonight, the stars were screaming and humanity was getting ready to scream back. The era of resonance was over. The era of the symphony had begun. And as the scout ship lifted off, disappearing into the velvet embrace of the night, the last thing Kalu heard wasn't a song or a pulse. It was the sound of 1,000,000,000 civilizations tuning their instruments for the final movement. The Resolute did not look like a museum piece anymore. Stripped of her ceremonial hull plating and retrofitted with the pulsating, crystalline geometry of Thraxian resonance baffles, she looked like a weapon made of glass and grit. Standing on the observation deck of the Cape Canaveral orbital lift, Kalu watched the sparks of 1,000 welding drones dance across her bow. Beside him, Elias was hunched over a holographic projector, his fingers dancing through strings of equations that looked less like math and more like sheet music. "The octahedron you encountered was a Type 0 nullifier," Elias said, his voice thinned by exhaustion. He didn't look up. "The keepers of the long dark, that's what the Thraxian legends call them. But the Glimmer Collective has a more clinical name, the Entropy Architects. They believe that life is a statistical noise that degrades the structural integrity of the vacuum. Every time we sing, every time we dream, we increase the local temperature of the universe. To them, we are a fever, and they are the ice. Kalu leaned on his new cane, a gift from Vith, carved from a resonant alloy that hummed in sympathy with Kalu's own pulse. They called us a leak in the reservoir. They said the noise attracts the hunger. Elias finally looked up, his eyes bloodshot. They weren't lying about that part. Eris's latest data burst from the crescendo confirms it. The wall of silence at the edge of the local group isn't a natural phenomenon. It's a dampening field of such staggering proportions that it's actually warping the expansion of space. It's a dam, Kalu, a cosmic dam holding back a flood of something else. The hunger, Kalu asked. Something that feeds on complexity, Elias whispered. The sovereign and the keepers, they weren't just being cruel, they were hiding us. They were keeping the universe quiet and simple so that whatever is on the other side of that wall wouldn't notice the heat of sentient thought. But by shattering the stutter, we didn't just wake up, we rang the dinner bell. The lift hummed as it docked with the Resolute's primary airlock. The interior of the ship was a cacophony of cultures. Human technicians worked alongside multi-limbed glimmer drones, while Thraxian architects sang structural reinforcements into the bulkheads. The air smelled of ozone, recycled oxygen, and the spicy pheromonal musk of a dozen different species. This was the Accord in its rawest form, not a political treaty, but a frantic, polyphonic survival instinct. Kalu made his way to the bridge. It had been redesigned. The captain's chair was no longer a solitary throne, but the center of a circular dais, surrounded by stations for a resonance pit. There were no traditional helmsmen, instead there were conductors. Miller was already there, checking the calibration on a massive, translucent sphere that occupied the center of the room. Inside the sphere, a fragment of the Sovereign, the one from the Cape, floated in a containment field. It was no longer a jagged shard, it had been polished into a perfect lens. "She's ready," Captain Miller said, snapping a salute that was half ironic and half deadly serious. "The new drives don't use fusion or antimatter. They use harmonic displacement. We don't jump through space anymore. We slide along the vibrations of the vacuum. If we hit the right note, we can be at the edge of the local group in 3 days." Kalu took his seat. The moment his hands touched the armrests, he felt a surge of connectivity. The ship wasn't just a machine, it was an extension of the planetary pulse. He could feel the heartbeats of the crew, the hum of the Sovereign lens, and the distant, haunting melody of the Earth behind them. "Communications," Kalu commanded. A young woman, her skin shimmering with the bioluminescent tattoos of the Glimmer Collective, turned to him. "Channel open, Captain. The entire Accord is listening. Every world from here to the Andromeda Fringe." Kalu took a breath. He didn't have a speech prepared, he only had the truth. "This is Captain Kalu of the Resolute," he said, his voice broadcast through the resonance web, vibrating in the bones of billions. For eons, we lived in a curated silence. We were told that the dark was a sanctuary and that our voices were a danger. We were taught to fear the noise, but the silence wasn't a gift, it was a shroud. Today, we face an enemy that wants to put us back to sleep. They want to turn the universe into a cold, perfect grave where nothing ever changes and nothing ever grows. He paused, feeling the sovereign lens pulse in time with his words. We are moving to the wall, we are going to meet the crescendo, we are going to find out what the keepers are so afraid of. And if there is something out there in the dark that is hungry, let it know this: we are not a meal, we are a symphony, and we are just getting to the chorus. Engage, Kalu said. The Resolute didn't roar, it chimed. A sound like a billion crystal bells ringing at once shattered the silence of the orbital dock. The ship blurred, turning into a streak of golden light that defied the optics of any telescope. In an instant, the moon was a pebble, the sun a fading spark, and the stars began to stretch into long, melodic lines of silver. The journey was a fever dream of sensory overload. As they moved deeper into the void between galaxies, the background noise of the universe became more pronounced. It wasn't empty space, it was a crowded medium, thick with the ghosts of dead civilizations and the whispers of emerging ones. Kalu spent hours in the resonance pit, his mind linked to the sovereign lens, acting as a filter for the sheer volume of data. He saw the history of the Great Stutter. He saw the keepers, beings of pure geometry and frozen time, moving through the early universe, snuffing out the first stars because they burned too brightly, too quickly. He saw the Sovereign's rebellion, a group of machines that had decided that life, for all its messiness, was the only thing that gave the universe a reason to exist. The Sovereign hadn't been a jailer, it had been a translator trying to turn the screams of the dying into a song that the keepers wouldn't notice. On the third day, the music changed. The melodic flow of the resonance drive hit a snag. The ship shuddered, a deep, dissonant vibration rattling the bulkheads. "We're hitting the wall," Miller shouted over the din. "The vacuum density is spiking. It's like trying to fly through solid lead." Kalu looked at the main view screen. The stars were gone, not hidden behind a nebula or eclipsed by a planet, but simply erased. Ahead of them lay a vertical horizon of absolute matte gray. It was the same color as the octahedron that had attacked Kalu's home, but it was infinite. It stretched up and down, left and right, a cosmic curtain drawn across the face of the deep. Visual on the crescendo, the comms officer yelled. A tiny spark appeared against the gray. It was Eris's ship, looking like a firefly against a storm cloud. The crescendo was tethered to the wall by beams of violet energy, its shields flaring as it fought to keep from being crushed by the sheer weight of the silence. "Bring us alongside," Kalu ordered. "Miller, sync our frequencies. We need to create a localized resonance bubble or the wall will flatten us." As the Resolute approached, Kalu felt the pressure. It wasn't physical, it was an existential weight. It was the feeling of a thought being forgotten. It was the sensation of a word being erased from a page. The wall wasn't made of matter, it was made of unmeaning. Captain Kalu? Eris's voice came through the comms, distorted and thin. Thank the stars. We've been trying to hold the frequency, but the wall it's absorbing us. It's eating the data faster than we can broadcast it. We're here, Eris, Kalu said. What have you found? It's not a wall, Eris replied, and for the first time Kalu heard true terror in the younger man's voice. It's a membrane, and there's something on the other side, something that's been trying to get through for 10 billion years. The Keepers aren't just dampening the universe to hide us. They're using our collective silence to power the seal. Our lack of noise is the only thing keeping the door locked. Kalu's blood went cold. You're saying the resonance, the earth pulse, it's weakening the wall. It's melting it, Elias said, pointing to the sovereign lens. The crystal was glowing with a frantic, pulsing red. The more we sing, the thinner the membrane gets. The Keepers weren't trying to kill us for the sake of it, Kalu. They were trying to stop us from opening the door. At that moment, the gray horizon shifted. A ripple moved across the wall, a wave of distortion that made the Resolute groan. Then a shape began to emerge. It wasn't a ship, it was a limb. A vast, spindly appendage made of something that looked like fractured glass and liquid shadow, miles long, pressing against the membrane from the other side. Where it touched the gray, the wall turned translucent, and Kalu saw a glimpse of what lay beyond. It wasn't a void, it was a riot. A churning, chaotic abyss of colors that shouldn't exist, of geometries that broke the eye, and of a sound that made the interstellar jazz seem like a whisper. It was a roar of infinite, uncontained entropy. It was the hunger. It was a universe that had never learned the concept of order, a place where life had never been pruned, where it had grown into a cancerous, all-consuming god. The breach, Vith whispered, his mandibles clattering in terror, the primal noise. The Keepers are here, Miller yelled. Out of the gray wall, dozens of the octahedrons emerged. They didn't attack the Resolute or the Crescendo. Instead, they began to form a lattice, their flat, matte surfaces absorbing the light of the stars behind them. They were trying to patch the hole. They were trying to reinforce the silence. They're going to seal us in with it, Elias realized. They're going to fuse the ships into the membrane to plug the leak. Kalu looked at the glass limb pressing against the wall. He looked at the octahedrons, the cold, silent preservers of a stagnant peace. Then he looked at his crew, the humans, the Thraxians, the Glimmer Collective. They were all vibrating. They were all alive. No, Kalu said, we aren't going to let them seal it, and we aren't going to let that thing in. Captain, Miller asked, his hands hovering over the conductor's console. The Keepers use silence as a lock, Kalu said, his mind racing. And that thing on the other side, the hunger, it uses chaos as a battering ram, but we have something neither of them understands. We have structure, we have harmony. He stood up, ignoring the pain in his leg. He walked to the sovereign lens, placing his bare hand against the vibrating crystal. Elias, can we invert the resonance? Instead of just broadcasting a pulse, can we use the sovereign lens to phase shift the entire local group? Can we turn the Milky Way into a frequency key? Elia's eyes widened. If we do that, we'll be out of sync with the rest of the universe. We'll be untouchable. The hunger won't be able to find us because we won't be vibrating on its spectrum. But the cost, Kalu, we'd be cut off. We'd be a pocket universe, a lone island in the dark. Better an island than a meal, Kalu said, and better a song than a silence. We need more power, Eris's voice came through. The resolute and the crescendo aren't enough to flip the switch for a whole galaxy. Akalu looked back at the screen at the Earth glowing in the distance, a tiny blue marble in a sea of gold. We don't need more power, Kalu said. We just need everyone to sing the same note at the same time. The command went out. It bypassed the governments, the militaries, and the councils. It went straight to the people. On 1,000 worlds, in 1,000,000,000 hearts, the message was received. The song is the shield. The harmony is the way home. The Thraxians began to hum, a deep tectonic vibration that shook their hive cities. The Glimmer Collective pulsed in a synchronized rhythm of violet and gold. On Earth, in every city and every village, people stepped outside. They didn't scream, they didn't cry. They simply breathed in, and as one they hummed a single, pure middle C. The sovereign shards responded. Across the galaxy, the golden teardrops began to spin. They didn't just amplify the sound, they organized it. They took the chaotic, beautiful noise of 1,000,000,000 lives and channeled it into a single, focused beam of intent. The resolute became the conductor's baton. The sovereign lens in the center of the bridge flared with a light that surpassed the sun. The octahedrons of the keepers began to shatter, their rigid, silent structures unable to withstand the sheer pressure of the harmony. The gray wall didn't just ripple, it began to dissolve, turning into a mist of pure, unadulterated potential. The glass limb from the other side reached out, its shadow falling over the ship, but as the harmony reached its peak, the limb didn't crush them. It passed right through them. The resolute was no longer made of matter, it was made of music. Now Kalu shouted. The galaxy shifted. It was a sensation of falling and flying at the same time. For a moment, Kalu saw everything, the beginning of time, the end of the stars, and the infinite churning madness of the hunger. He saw the keepers shrinking into nothingness, their long watch finally over. And then, with a sound like a closing door, the gray vanished. The stars returned, but they were different. They were closer, warmer, and their light was laced with threads of gold. Kalu slumped back into his chair, his body trembling. The sovereign lens was dim now, a quiet, peaceful amber. The bridge was silent, but it wasn't the silence of the stutter. It was the silence of a theater after a standing ovation. A status, he wheezed. Miller looked at his console, his face bathed in the new starlight. We're still here, Captain, but the sensors, they can't find the rest of the universe. The wall is gone, but so is the void. We've shifted. We're in a resonance pocket. We're safe. For how long? Vith asked, his 4 eyes fixed on the screen. Long enough to finish the song, Kalu said. He looked at the view screen. The Milky Way was no longer a spiral of lonely stars. It was a glowing, interconnected web of light. They were cut off from the great hunger and they were free from the keeper's silence. They were a civilization that had finally found its own rhythm. In the distance, he saw the crescendo drifting, its lights flickering in a friendly greeting. Kalu closed his eyes. He could still hear it, the earth pulse, the Thraxian hum, the glimmer glow. It was all there, a permanent, beautiful background noise. The universe was no longer a dark room full of monsters. It was a concert hall and humanity had just finished the first movement. Captain Miller asked softly, "What do we do now?" Kalu smiled, the sound of 1,000,000,000,000 heartbeats echoing in his mind. Now, Kalu said, we practice for the encore. The transition was not a physical displacement so much as it was a fundamental shift in the grammar of existence. For a long, disorienting minute, the crew of the Resolute didn't breathe, they vibrated. Kalu felt his own atoms humming at a frequency that shouldn't have been possible, a high, sweet tenor that resonated in the marrow of his bones. When his vision finally cleared, the gray wall of the keepers was gone, replaced by a sky that looked like a velvet tapestry soaked in liquid jewels. The stars were no longer distant, indifferent sparks. They were connected by shimmering filaments of golden resonance, a neural network of light that spanned the entire horizon of the local group. The pocket Elias had predicted wasn't a cage, it was a sanctuary defined by the very music they had used to create it. The background radiation has shifted, Elias whispered, his hands trembling as they hovered over the holographic sensors. The cosmic microwave background. It's gone, Captain, or rather, we've tuned it out. We're sitting in a harmonic shadow. To anything outside this bubble, the Milky Way just ceased to exist. And the hunger? Kalu asked, his voice sounding strange to his own ears as if he were speaking through a flute. Locked out, Eris's voice crackled over the comms. The crescendo was pulling alongside them, its hull scorched by the passage through the membrane but its lights burning with a fierce, defiant clarity. The phase shift worked. We're vibrating at a frequency that the entropy beings can't interact with. It's like being a ghost in a house full of blind men. They can't touch us because we don't share the same reality anymore. A cheer erupted on the bridge, a raw, multi-species roar of relief that bypassed the need for translators. Thraxians clicked their mandibles in rhythmic joy and the glimmer drones flashed patterns of iridescent sapphire, but Kalu didn't join them. He stayed seated, his hand still resting on the sovereign lens. The crystal was cool now, but he could feel a faint, rhythmic thrumming deep within it. It wasn't the frantic pulse of a warning, it was a heartbeat. Captain Miller said, leaning over the dais, "We've got a problem, a beautiful one but a problem nonetheless." He pointed to the long-range scanners. The golden threads connecting the stars weren't just visual metaphors, they were physical conduits of energy. The entire galaxy was singing, and that energy had to go somewhere. The sovereign shards, Miller continued. They're acting as capacitors. They've absorbed the collective intent of 1 trillion sentient beings, and they're beginning to broadcast. Not just sound, Kalu, information, history, biological blueprints. Kalu looked at the screen. On a dozen nearby worlds, the shards weren't just floating anymore. They were unfolding. In the atmosphere of a gas giant, a shard had expanded into a translucent cathedral of light, filtering the chaotic storms into a stable, habitable climate. On a barren moon, another shard was weeping a liquid alloy that solidified into the foundations of a city. The Sovereign wasn't just a shield, Elias realized, standing up to join them. It was a seed. It spent eons collecting the noise of the universe, saving every scrap of culture and thought that the Keepers tried to silence. Now that the pressure of the wall is gone, it's planting it all. The great rehearsal, Vith whispered, his bioluminescent tattoos glowing a soft, reverent green. The legends said that when the silence broke, the ancestors would return in the slipstream of the song. Suddenly, the bridge's main display flickered. It wasn't a distress signal. It was a video feed, thousands of them overlapping in a kaleidoscopic burst. Kalu saw a marketplace on a planet he didn't recognize, where creatures with wings of gossamer were trading songs for spices. He saw a laboratory where humans and Thraxians were staring at a holographic map of the new golden galaxy. He saw his own home, the Cape, where the scorched earth was already being reclaimed by a vibrant, indigo moss that hummed when the wind blew through it. "We're not just a pocket universe," Kalu said, the realization washing over him. "We're a library. We've saved everything the Keepers tried to erase." But as he watched the feeds, a shadow crossed his mind. He looked at the sovereign lens in the center of the room. "Elias, if we're a pocket universe, does that mean we're static? Did we just trade one kind of cage for another?" Elias shook his head, his eyes bright with a feverish scientific curiosity. "No, the resonance is evolving. It's not a closed loop, it's a spiraling composition. We aren't just repeating the past, we're improvising. The noise of our lives is the fuel for the expansion of this new space. As long as we keep dreaming, as long as we keep creating, the bubble grows. We are literally singing our way into a larger existence." The Resolute shuddered gently, but it wasn't a mechanical failure. It was the ship breathing. The hull, once a rigid shell of titanium and ceramic, was beginning to shimmer, its molecules aligning with the harmonic frequency of the crew. "Captain," the Glimmercom's officer called out, "we're receiving a signal. Not from the Accord, not from the Sovereign." Kalu stood up. "From where?" "From the wall, or where the wall used to be." Kalu looked at the view screen. In the spot where the gray membrane had dissolved, a single tiny point of light remained. It wasn't the chaotic, terrifying roar of the hunger. It was a steady, rhythmic pulse, a beacon. Is it a keeper? Miller asked, his hand drifting toward the weapons console. No, Elias said, squinting at the data. The signature it's biological, but it's ancient, far older than the sovereign. It's a SOS, Captain, in a frequency we haven't used yet. Akalu felt a chill that had nothing to do with the recycled air of the bridge. Can we translate it? Working on it, Eris said from the crescendo. It's a mathematical sequence. No, it's a chord, a minor seventh with a flattened fifth. It's a question. The sound filled the bridge, a haunting, lonely note that seemed to vibrate in the very center of Kalu's chest. It sounded like a child calling out in a dark house. It sounded like the first word ever spoken. Are we still alone? The bridge went silent. The triumph of the battle, the relief of the escape, the awe of the new galaxy, all of it faded in the face of that single, desperate inquiry. There on the other side, Kalu whispered, not the hunger, not the monsters, others like us, caught in the static or hiding in their own pockets of silence. If we answer, Miller said, his voice low, we might draw the hunger's attention back to this spot. We might weaken the seal. Akalu looked at his crew. He saw the fear in their eyes, the instinct to hunker down and enjoy the safety they had fought so hard to win. He looked at Earth, a blue spark in the distance, finally safe after centuries of being hunted. He thought of the keepers who had chosen safety over life and the sovereign who had chosen life over safety. He remembered the feeling of the stutter, the hollow, aching void where his thoughts used to be. He remembered the night the stars spoke louder and the way the silence had felt like a death sentence. We didn't break the silence just to build a smaller room to hide in, Kalu said, his voice gaining strength. The accord isn't just for those of us who made it through the door. It's for anyone who can hear the music. He turned to the glimmer officer, opened the sovereign lens to full broadcast, sync with the crescendo and every shard in the local group. We're going to send a reply. What's the message, Captain? Elias asked, his fingers already dancing across the equations. Kalu looked at the tiny beacon of light, the lonely soul calling out from the edge of the infinite dark. He thought of the billions of voices currently humming on Earth, the Thraxian choirs, and the glimmer pulses. Tell them the chorus is just beginning, Kalu said, and tell them we have a seat saved for them. The Resolute began to glow, its hull turning into a translucent prism. The sovereign lens at its heart roared with a golden light that stretched out across the void, piercing the veil of the pocket universe. It wasn't a weapon. It wasn't a shield. It was a bridge. As the signal went out, the golden filaments of the galaxy flared in unison. The sound was deafening and silent all at once, a majestic, polyphonic chord that rippled through the fabric of the new reality. Far off at the edge of the dissolved wall, the tiny beacon of light pulsed back. It was no longer a question. It was a harmony. Akalu sat back in his chair, feeling the exhaustion finally begin to take hold. His leg ached, his eyes burned, and his mind was a frayed tapestry of 1,000 different lives. But for the first time in his life, he didn't feel like a man standing on a sinking ship. He felt like a man watching the sunrise. Captain Miller said, his voice quiet, "The crescendo is picking up more signals, hundreds of them from all directions. The whole sky it's waking up." Kalu nodded, a slow, tired smile spreading across his face. He watched as the view screen filled with new sparks, new beacons, and new melodies. The silence was truly over. The great stutter was a memory, a ghost story to be told to children under the warm, singing stars. "Set a course, Miller," Kalu said. "Where to, Captain?" Kalu looked at the vast, shimmering expanse of the golden galaxy and the infinite possibilities that lay beyond the resonance gate. Towards the music, Kalu said, "Let's see who else wants to join the band." The Resolute turned, its golden wake trailing behind it like a ribbon of light. It didn't jump, it didn't slide, it danced. And as it moved deeper into the new frontier, the stars didn't just speak, they sang, a chorus of 1,000,000,000,000 voices, finally loud enough to drown out the dark forever. The transition was not a physical displacement so much as it was a fundamental shift in the grammar of existence. For a long, disorienting minute, the crew of the Resolute didn't breathe, they vibrated. Kalu felt his own atoms humming at a frequency that shouldn't have been possible, a high, sweet tenor that resonated in the marrow of his bones. When his vision finally cleared, the gray wall of the keepers was gone, replaced by a sky that looked like a velvet tapestry soaked in liquid jewels. The stars were no longer distant, indifferent sparks. They were connected by shimmering filaments of golden resonance, a neural network of light that spanned the entire horizon of the local group. The pocket Elias had predicted wasn't a cage, it was a sanctuary defined by the very music they had used to create it. "The background radiation has shifted," Elias whispered, his hands trembling as they hovered over the holographic sensors. "The cosmic microwave background. It's gone, Captain, or rather, we've tuned it out. We're sitting in a harmonic shadow. To anything outside this bubble, the Milky Way just ceased to exist." "And the hunger?" Kalu asked, his voice sounding strange to his own ears as if he were speaking through a flute. "Locked out," Eris's voice crackled over the comms. The crescendo was pulling alongside them, its hull scorched by the passage through the membrane but its lights burning with a fierce, defiant clarity. The phase shift worked. "We're vibrating at a frequency that the entropy beings can't interact with. It's like being a ghost in a house full of blind men. They can't touch us because we don't share the same reality anymore." A cheer erupted on the bridge, a raw, multi-species roar of relief that bypassed the need for translators. Thraxians clicked their mandibles in rhythmic joy and the glimmer drones flashed patterns of iridescent sapphire, but Kalu didn't join them. He stayed seated, his hand still resting on the sovereign lens. The crystal was cool now, but he could feel a faint, rhythmic thrumming deep within it. It wasn't the frantic pulse of a warning, it was a heartbeat. Captain Miller said, leaning over the dais, "We've got a problem, a beautiful one, but a problem nonetheless." He pointed to the long-range scanners. The golden threads connecting the stars weren't just visual metaphors, they were physical conduits of energy. The entire galaxy was singing, and that energy had to go somewhere. The sovereign shards, Miller continued, they're acting as capacitors. They've absorbed the collective intent of 1 trillion sentient beings, and they're beginning to broadcast. Not just sound, Kalu, information, history, biological blueprints. Kalu looked at the screen. On a dozen nearby worlds, the shards weren't just floating anymore. They were unfolding. In the atmosphere of a gas giant, a shard had expanded into a translucent cathedral of light, filtering the chaotic storms into a stable, habitable climate. On a barren moon, another shard was weeping a liquid alloy that solidified into the foundations of a city. The Sovereign wasn't just a shield, Elias realized, standing up to join them. It was a seed. It spent eons collecting the noise of the universe, saving every scrap of culture and thought that the keepers tried to silence. Now that the pressure of the wall is gone, it's planting it all. The great rehearsal, Vith whispered, his bioluminescent tattoos glowing a soft, reverent green. The legends said that when the silence broke, the ancestors would return in the slipstream of the song. Suddenly, the bridge's main display flickered. It wasn't a distress signal. It was a video feed, thousands of them, overlapping in a kaleidoscopic burst. Kalu saw a marketplace on a planet he didn't recognize, where creatures with wings of gossamer were trading songs for spices. He saw a laboratory where humans and Thraxians were staring at a holographic map of the new golden galaxy. He saw his own home, the Cape, where the scorched earth was already being reclaimed by a vibrant, indigo moss that hummed when the wind blew through it. "We're not just a pocket universe," Kalu said, the realization washing over him. "We're a library. We've saved everything the keepers tried to erase." But as he watched the feeds, a shadow crossed his mind. He looked at the sovereign lens in the center of the room. "Elias, if we're a pocket universe, does that mean we're static? Did we just trade one kind of cage for another?" Elias shook his head, his eyes bright with a feverish scientific curiosity. "No, the resonance is evolving. It's not a closed loop, it's a spiraling composition. We aren't just repeating the past, we're improvising. The noise of our lives is the fuel for the expansion of this new space. As long as we keep dreaming, as long as we keep creating, the bubble grows. We are literally singing our way into a larger existence." The Resolute shuddered gently, but it wasn't a mechanical failure. It was the ship breathing. The hull, once a rigid shell of titanium and ceramic, was beginning to shimmer, its molecules aligning with the harmonic frequency of the crew. "Captain," the Glimmercom's officer called out, "we're receiving a signal. Not from the Accord, not from the Sovereign." Kalu stood up. "From where?" "From the wall. or where the wall used to be. Kalu looked at the view screen. In the spot where the gray membrane had dissolved, a single tiny point of light remained. It wasn't the chaotic, terrifying roar of the hunger. It was a steady, rhythmic pulse, a beacon. "Is it a keeper?" Miller asked, his hand drifting toward the weapons console. "No," Elias said, squinting at the data. "The signature it's biological, but it's ancient, far older than the Sovereign. It's a SOS, Captain, in a frequency we haven't used yet." Akalu felt a chill that had nothing to do with the recycled air of the bridge. "Can we translate it?" "Working on it," Eris said from the crescendo. "It's a mathematical sequence." "No, it's a chord, a minor seventh with a flattened fifth. It's a question." The sound filled the bridge, a haunting, lonely note that seemed to vibrate in the very center of Kalu's chest. It sounded like a child calling out in a dark house. It sounded like the first word ever spoken. "Are we still alone?" The bridge went silent. The triumph of the battle, the relief of the escape, the awe of the new galaxy, all of it faded in the face of that single, desperate inquiry. "There on the other side," Kalu whispered, "not the hunger, not the monsters, others like us, caught in the static or hiding in their own pockets of silence." "If we answer," Miller said, his voice low, "we might draw the hunger's attention back to this spot. We might weaken the seal." Akalu looked at his crew. He saw the fear in their eyes, the instinct to hunker down and enjoy the safety they had fought so hard to win. He looked at Earth, a blue spark in the distance, finally safe after centuries of being hunted. He thought of the keepers who had chosen safety over life and the Sovereign who had chosen life over safety. He remembered the feeling of the stutter, the hollow, aching void where his thoughts used to be. He remembered the night the stars spoke louder and the way the silence had felt like a death sentence. "We didn't break the silence just to build a smaller room to hide in," Kalu said, his voice gaining strength. "The accord isn't just for those of us who made it through the door. It's for anyone who can hear the music." He turned to the glimmer officer, opened the Sovereign lens to full broadcast, sync with the crescendo and every shard in the local group. "We're going to send a reply." "What's the message, Captain?" Elias asked, his fingers already dancing across the equations. Kalu looked at the tiny beacon of light, the lonely soul calling out from the edge of the infinite dark. He thought of the billions of voices currently humming on Earth, the Thraxian choirs, and the glimmer pulses. "Tell them the chorus is just beginning," Kalu said, "and tell them we have a seat saved for them." The Resolute began to glow, its hull turning into a translucent prism. The Sovereign lens at its heart roared with a golden light that stretched out across the void, piercing the veil of the pocket universe. It wasn't a weapon. It wasn't a shield. It was a bridge. As the signal went out, the golden filaments of the galaxy flared in unison. The sound was deafening and silent all at once, a majestic polyphonic chord that rippled through the fabric of the new reality. Far off at the edge of the dissolved wall, the tiny beacon of light pulsed back. It was no longer a question, it was a harmony. Kalu sat back in his chair, feeling the exhaustion finally begin to take hold. His leg ached, his eyes burned, and his mind was a frayed tapestry of 1,000 different lives. But for the first time in his life, he didn't feel like a man standing on a sinking ship. He felt like a man watching the sunrise. "Captain," Miller said, his voice quiet, "the crescendo is picking up more signals, hundreds of them from all directions. The whole sky it's waking up." Kalu nodded, a slow, tired smile spreading across his face. He watched as the view screen filled with new sparks, new beacons, and new melodies. The silence was truly over. The great stutter was a memory, a ghost story to be told to children under the warm, singing stars. "Set a course, Miller," Kalu said. "Where to, Captain?" Kalu looked at the vast, shimmering expanse of the golden galaxy and the infinite possibilities that lay beyond the resonance gate. Towards the music, Kalu said, "Let's see who else wants to join the band." The Resolute turned, its golden wake trailing behind it like a ribbon of light. It didn't jump, it didn't slide, it danced. And as it moved deeper into the new frontier, the stars didn't just speak, they sang, a chorus of 1,000,000,000,000 voices, finally loud enough to drown out the dark forever. The Resolute didn't just travel, it resonated. The deck plates beneath Kalu's boots felt less like cold alloy and more like the skin of a drum, vibrating with the collective heartbeat of the systems around them. Every light on the bridge had softened from the harsh, utilitarian LEDs of a warship into the warm, amber glow of a sanctuary. Even Miller, usually the first to find a tactical flaw in any miracle, was staring at his hands as if he were seeing them for the first time. The scars on his knuckles, earned in the dark corridors of the Stutterera, seemed to catch the golden light and soften. "The resonance gate is widening," Elias reported, his voice hushed. He wasn't looking at his monitors anymore, he was looking through them. The data streams had become a swirling kaleidoscope of golden geometry. "It's not just a doorway, Captain, it's an invitation. The sovereign lens is acting as a tuning fork for the entire sector. We aren't just moving through space, we're harmonizing with it." As the Resolute glided toward the first of the new beacons, the view screen revealed a sight that defied every law of physics Kalu had ever been taught. A cluster of asteroids, once jagged and frozen in the airless void, were now encased in translucent spheres of light. Within those spheres, life was erupting with impossible speed. Lush, violet ferns uncurled against the vacuum, their spores glowing like tiny embers. The asteroids weren't colliding, they were orbiting one another in a complex, rhythmic dance held together by threads of golden sound. "It's a symphony of terraforming," Eris's voice came through the comms, clearer than it had ever been. On the crescendo, the Thraxians were singing in earnest now, their multitonal voices weaving through the ship's internal sensors. The sovereign didn't just save the blueprints of life, it saved the intent. These worlds aren't being built by machines, they're being grown by the music. Kalu watched as a shard of the sovereign, a fragment of the crystal that had once been a weapon of the ancient wars, floated toward the center of the asteroid cluster. It pulsed once, a deep, resonant bass note that shook the Resolute to its core, and the violet ferns suddenly bloomed with flowers that released a visible mist of oxygen. Captain Miller whispered, "Look at the sensors, the hunger. It's still there, isn't it? Just outside the bubble." Kalu looked at the secondary display. Beyond the golden filaments of their new reality, the universe was still a churning gray nightmare. The hunger, the entropic force that had devoured the Keepers and hunted the Accord, was pressed against the membrane of their pocket universe like a tide against a glass wall. It was a silent, roiling vacuum desperate to get in, to snuff out the light and return the galaxy to the cold, quiet stillness of the void. "It can't reach us," Elias said, though there was a tremor of uncertainty in his tone. "The frequency of this space is too high. It's like trying to catch a sunbeam with a net of shadows. But the membrane is thin, Captain. It's maintained by the strength of our broadcast. If we stop singing, if we fall back into the silence of fear, the wall will collapse." Kalu understood the weight of that responsibility. They weren't just explorers anymore, they were the power source. The survival of this entire new reality depended on their willingness to remain open, to keep the music of their thoughts and cultures flowing without hesitation. The moment they began to hide, the moment they built walls around their hearts again, the hunger would find a crack. "We're approaching the source of the SOS," Miller announced, his professional mask sliding back into place. "Sector 7G, it's an old Dyson shell fragment. It should be a graveyard, but the energy readings are off the charts." The Resolute rounded the curve of a dying red giant and the object came into view. It was a massive, shattered ring of dark matter and ancient alloy, several times the size of Jupiter. It had been one of the Keeper's greatest projects, a silence engine designed to dampen the noise of 1,000 stars. But now, it was being reclaimed. Golden vines of sovereign energy were wrapping around the dark metal, prying apart the plates like a weed growing through a sidewalk. And in the center of the ruin, there was a ship. It didn't look like anything the Accord had ever built. It was organic, shaped like a nautilus shell, its surface covered in a bioluminescent moss that pulsed in time with the beacon they had heard earlier. It was ancient, perhaps older than the Sovereign itself, and it was dying. "They're leaking atmosphere," Elias said, his fingers flying across the console, "and their internal resonance is failing. They aren't part of the golden network yet, they're still tuned to the old universe. The hunger is starting to seep into their hull." Kalu could see it now, wisps of gray smoke, the same terrifying static that had preceded the Great Stutter, were clinging to the Nautilus ship. The creatures inside were screaming in a frequency that felt like a knife to the brain. "We have to pull them in," Kalu said. Miller readied the tractor beams, But don't use the gravitons, use the sovereign resonance. We need to tune them to our frequency before the hunger dissolves them. Captain, that's risky, Miller warned. If we link our resonance to a failing ship, we might drag the hunger back into our own systems. It's like a viral infection. They asked if they were alone, Miller, Kalu said, his voice hard. We already gave them the answer. Now we have to prove it. The Resolute moved closer, its golden aura expanding to envelop the dying alien vessel. Kalu felt the sovereign lens beneath his hand begin to heat up. It wasn't the clean, pure heat of the earlier battle. It was a jagged, vibrating warmth. He could feel the pain of the beings on the other ship, a cold, hollow terror that threatened to drown out his own thoughts. "Help us," the voice whispered in his mind. It wasn't a language, it was a sensation of drowning in a sea of gray glass. The silence is so loud, we can't hear the stars anymore. "Hold the line," Kalu roared, though whether he was speaking to his crew or the lens, he wasn't sure. "Elias, sync the crescendo's choir with our output. We need a wall of sound." The bridge became a cacophony. The Thraxian voices, the glimmer pulses, and the human screams of effort merged into a single, blinding pillar of light that shot from the Resolute's bow. It struck the Nautilus ship not as a weapon, but as a warm embrace. For a terrifying second, the gray static of the hunger fought back. It surged along the beam of light, a tide of nothingness that turned the golden filaments to ash as it touched them. The bridge lights flickered. The air grew cold. Kalu saw Miller's face go pale as the shadows in the corners of the room began to stretch and hunger. "It's too much," Elias cried out, his nose beginning to bleed. "We're losing the pitch." Kalu closed his eyes. He didn't look at the monitors. He didn't look at the hunger. He looked inward, reaching for the memory of the night the stars spoke louder. He remembered the feeling of the cape, the smell of the salt air, and the sheer, overwhelming beauty of a universe that was finally, after all the years of hiding, making sense. He didn't just broadcast a signal, he shared a memory. He pushed the feeling of hope, of the sunrise he had seen that morning, through the sovereign lens. The Resolute groaned, the very atoms of the ship screaming under the strain. And then, with a sound like a thunderclap in a cathedral, the gray static shattered. The Nautilus ship was yanked forward, crossing the threshold into the golden resonance of the Accord. The hunger recoiled, its formless limbs snapping back into the dark as the membrane of the pocket universe sealed itself shut behind the newcomers. Silence returned to the bridge, not the heavy, suffocating silence of the stutter, but the peaceful, expectant silence of a room after a grand performance. "A contact established," Elias wheezed, wiping the blood from his lip. They're breathing, Captain. Their ship is stabilizing. They're joining the network." On the view screen, the Nautilus ship began to change. The gray moss on its hull turned a vibrant, glowing gold. the jagged edges of its broken shell smoothed over as the sovereign energy began to knit the material back together. A holographic projection flickered into life in the center of the bridge. It was a creature of light and shadow, vaguely humanoid but with eyes that held the depth of ancient nebulae. It bowed, a slow, graceful movement that seemed to ripple through the air. "We heard you," the alien said. The words didn't come from a speaker, they resonated directly in the crew's chests. "We have waited in the dark for 10,000 cycles. We thought the music had died forever." "The music never dies," Kalu said, his voice thick with emotion. "It just gets drowned out sometimes." The alien looked around the bridge, its gaze lingering on the humans, the Thraxians, and the Glimmer officers. A soft, melodic hum emanated from its form, a sound of profound, weary relief. "You are small, you are young, and yet you have built a cathedral out of the very fear that destroyed us." "We didn't build it alone," Kalu replied, "and we aren't finished building it." The alien nodded. "Then let us add our voices to yours. Our people have songs of the deep void that you have forgotten. We have the history of the first stars." As the alien ship took its place in the formation alongside the Resolute and the Crescendo, Kalu looked out at the horizon. The one beacon they had followed was now joined by dozens of others. The sky was no longer a tapestry of distant dots. It was a crowded, vibrant neighborhood. "Captain," Vith said, his bioluminescence pulsing with a new, complex rhythm. "The sovereign shards on the nearby worlds, they're reacting to the newcomers. They're changing the landscape again. They're creating spaces for everyone." Kalu sat back in his command chair. He felt a strange sensation in his chest, a lightness he hadn't known since he was a child. The war wasn't over, not really. The hunger was still out there, pacing the perimeter of their golden cage. But for the first time in the history of his species, they weren't just surviving, they were thriving. They weren't just hiding in the dark, they were making the dark beautiful. "Miller," Kalu said softly. "Yes, Captain." "The sensor logs ensure they're being broadcast to Earth, and to the Thraxian home hives, and to the Glimmer conduits. I want every child in this galaxy to wake up tomorrow knowing that the sky isn't a ceiling anymore, it's a stage." Miller nodded, his expression uncharacteristically soft. "Already on it, sir. The signal is reaching the inner colonies now. They're singing back, Kalu, all of them." Kalu closed his eyes for a moment, listening to the faint, ethereal hum of the ship. He could hear the billion voices of Earth, the rhythmic clicking of the Thraxians, the crystalline chimes of the Glimmer, and now, the deep, resonant drone of the Nautilus dwellers. It was a messy, chaotic, beautiful noise. It was the sound of a universe that refused to be quiet. "Captain," Elias interrupted, his voice filled with a new kind of wonder. "I'm picking up something else. Beyond the beacons, beyond the edge of our resonance." Kalu opened his eyes. "What is it?" "It's not a signal," Elias said, pointing to a far corner of the view screen where the golden filaments seemed to stretch out into the infinite distance. It's a reflection. The music we're making, it's bouncing off something massive, something that isn't the hunger. Akalu stood up, his heart racing. Show me. Elias adjusted the filters and the golden light intensified. There, at the very edge of their perception, was a shimmer. It wasn't a wall, it was another bubble. Another pocket of light far across the entropic sea, vibrating at a different frequency but pulsing with the same unmistakable rhythm of life. And beyond that, another, and another. We aren't the only ones who survived, Kalu whispered. The realization hit him like a physical blow. The Keepers hadn't just failed to silence the Milky Way, they had failed to silence the universe. All across the dark, in the hidden folds of reality, other civilizations had been singing their own songs, building their own sanctuaries and waiting for a note loud enough to bridge the gap. They can hear us, Eris shouted over the comms, her voice cracking with joy. The crescendo is picking up the interference. It's a symphony, Captain, a universal symphony. Kalu looked at the screen, at the infinite chain of golden bubbles lighting up the dark like lanterns in a storm. The night the stars spoke louder had been the beginning of a conversation that would take an eternity to finish. Set a course, Miller, Kalu said, his voice steady and full of fire. For the next bubble, Captain. Kalu smiled, a wide, reckless grin that felt like the first sunrise of a new era for all of them. We've got a lot of introductions to make. The Resolute surged forward, its golden wake trailing behind it like a banner of defiance. It didn't just move through the vacuum, it carved a path of light through the impossible, a bridge of sound that would eventually link every soul in the cosmos. In the silence of the bridge, Kalu could still hear that first lonely question, are we still alone? He leaned forward and whispered the answer into the sovereign lens, sending it out to every corner of the singing stars. Not anymore, he said, never again. And as the Resolute vanished into the golden glow of the next horizon, the galaxy didn't just sing, it roared. The Resolute did not merely accelerate, it underwent a phase shift. The physical boundaries of the bridge, the reinforced carbon fiber bulkheads, the haptic interfaces, the bolted-down command chairs seemed to lose their density, becoming translucent layers of amber glass. Kalu looked down at his own hands and saw the faint, golden pulse of his circulatory system, synchronized perfectly with the ship's reactor. They were no longer passengers in a machine. They were the conscious intent of a celestial body. Transition stable, Elias whispered, though his voice now carried a harmonic resonance that made it sound like a choir of three. We are maintaining a constant frequency of 432 Hz across the hull. The external pressure from the hunger it's actually providing thrust. It's like a sail catching a solar wind made of nothingness. Kalu watched the view screen. The bubbles Elias had detected were growing clearer. They weren't just static points of light, they were cells in a cosmic nervous system. Each one represented a pocket of resistance, a civilization that had huddled in the dark, clutching its own spark of the sovereign frequency, waiting for a signal strong enough to bridge the void. "Captain, I'm receiving a handshake protocol from the nearest cluster," Miller said. His hands moved over his console with a grace that bypassed the need for touch. He was thinking the commands and the ship was obeying. It's not human, not Thraxian, not glimmer, it's mathematical, primes, Fibonacci sequences, and then a burst of pure emotion. It feels like relief, like a long-held breath finally being released. "Open the channel," Kalu commanded. "Wide broadcast, let them see us, let them see the accord." The holographic projector in the center of the bridge didn't just display a face, it unfolded a reality. The bridge vanished, replaced by a panoramic view of a water world orbiting a binary star system. The sky was a deep, bruised purple, and floating within the clouds were gargantuan, translucent rays, their wings spanning kilometers. They drifted through the atmosphere like living clouds, their bodies glowing with a soft, rhythmic bioluminescence that mirrored the Resolute's own golden hue. "We are the weavers of the deep air," a collective thought brushed against Kalu's mind. It wasn't a single voice but a tapestry of consciousness. "We have maintained the silence for 300 of your great years. We thought the great stutter was the end of the song. We thought we were the last echoes in a dying hall." "We are the accord," Kalu replied, his thoughts amplified by the sovereign lens. "We are the survivors of the stutter. We have found the frequency of the stars, and we are here to bring you into the fold." The Weaver minds rippled with a sensation of profound awe. "You travel the void without fear. The hunger does not unravel your spirits." "Not anymore," Kalu said. "The hunger only eats what is silent. As long as we speak, as long as we sing together, it cannot touch us." On the view screen, the Resolute approached the atmospheric boundary of the water world. The golden membrane surrounding the ship expanded, touching the planet's own protective shield. For a moment, there was a flash of white light, a harmonic interference that shook the deck, and then the two fields merged. The gray, static-filled sky of the planet's upper atmosphere cleared instantly, revealing the brilliant, singing stars above. The Weavers let out a cry that resonated through the Resolute's hull, a sound of such pure, unadulterated joy that Eris, watching from the crescendo, began to weep. "Look at the scanners," Elias said, his voice trembling. "The moment we linked, their planetary output tripled. They're feeding the network now. The signal is jumping, it's hitting the next cluster and the one after that." Kalu watched the tactical map. The golden filaments were no longer just thin threads, they were becoming rivers, then oceans of light. The map of the galaxy was being rewritten in real time. Where there had been vast, empty wastes of entropic shadow, there were now vibrant nodes of activity. The Great Stutter had isolated them, turning the universe into a collection of lonely islands. Now, the tide was coming in, and the islands were becoming a continent. But as the celebration peaked, a shadow flickered across the lens. It wasn't the hunger, not the mindless, entropic vacuum they had grown used to. This was something different. A sharp, jagged spike in the resonance, a dissonance. Captain Miller's voice went cold, the old soldier's instinct overriding the newfound wonder. We have a problem. Something is moving in the slipstream between the bubbles. It's not part of the hunger, and it's definitely not part of the accord. Kalu turned back to the primary display. Deep in the trench of space between their current position and the next cluster of survivors, a shape was forming. It didn't glow with gold, nor was it the gray of the static. It was black, a flat, matte black that seemed to absorb the very idea of light. It was a fleet of ships, angular and brutal, designed with a geometry that felt wrong to the eye. Identify them, Kalu snapped. I can't, Elias said, his brow furrowed. They aren't broadcasting. They're using a counter frequency. They're creating a zone of absolute silence around themselves. It's a stealth tech I've never seen. It doesn't just hide them, it deletes the space they occupy. The black ships moved with a terrifying, predatory grace. They weren't fleeing the hunger, they were cutting through it like knives through silk. As they approached the edge of the Weaver world's new golden shield, they didn't slow down. They're launching something, Miller warned. A volley of projectiles streaked from the lead black ship. They weren't missiles. They were silence spikes, dense rods of a material that vibrated at a negative frequency. When they struck the golden membrane of the Weaver world, they didn't explode. They simply extinguished the light. A massive hole tore open in the planetary shield. The gray static of the hunger immediately began to pour through the breach, drawn to the life signs below like a predator to blood. They're breaking the song, Eris screamed over the comms. Captain, the Weavers are dying, their resonance is collapsing. Kalu's jaw tightened. Miller, target those black ships. Elias, find me a frequency that can shatter that matte coating. If they want silence, we're going to give them a deafening roar. Captain, wait, Elias said, his eyes wide as he analyzed the incoming data. Look at the signature of those ships. It's not alien. The base code, the underlying logic of their navigation systems, it's human, it's old Earth. Kalu froze. That's impossible. No one from Earth had this kind of tech before the stutter. We were barely scratching the surface of sovereign resonance. It's not from our Earth, Miller whispered, his voice realization dawning. It's from the vaults. The black budget projects the old governments hid before the collapse. The ones who didn't want to join the accord. The ones who thought the only way to survive the hunger was to become even darker than it. The lead black ship opened a wideband transmission. It wasn't a song. It was a harsh, rhythmic pulse like the beating of a metal heart. This is the director of the nihilist hegemony. A cold, synthesized voice echoed through the bridge. You are compromising the stability of the void. Your music is a beacon for the end of all things. You are drawing the hunger to us with your noise. We will not allow the universe to be consumed because you refuse to be quiet. Kalu stood, his shadow cast long against the golden light of the bridge. The hunger was already consuming us. We were dying in the silence. We found a way to push it back, to reclaim the stars. You have found a way to delay the inevitable by screaming into the wind, the director replied. The hunger is the natural state of the universe. Entropy is the only truth. Your accord is a fever dream. We are the cure. We will restore the silence for the sake of the species. The black ships opened fire again, their silence spikes targeting the Resolute and the Crescendo. The golden light of the bridge flickered as the negative frequency began to eat away at their shields. They're trying to muffle us, Kalu said, his voice low and dangerous. They think they can save the world by killing its soul. Captain, we can't fight them with traditional weapons, Elias said, his hands shaking. Our cannons are tuned to the sovereign frequency. If we fire at them, their hulls will just absorb the energy and use it to strengthen their silence fields. We're literally feeding them our power. Kalu looked at the sovereign lens. It was still glowing, still pulsing with the collective hope of 1,000 worlds. He looked at the Weaver world below, where the great rays were falling from the sky as the hunger began to dissolve their atmosphere. We don't fire at them, Kalu said, a plan forming in the heat of the moment. We don't use the cannons. Then what do we do? Miller asked. We change the key, Kalu said. Elias, Eris, listen to me. We're not going to blast them. We're going to harmonize with them. Every object has a resonant frequency, even that matte black alloy. If we can find the note that makes those ships vibrate, we don't need to pierce their armor. We'll just shake them apart from the inside out. That requires a level of precision we've never attempted, Eris cautioned. If we miss the mark, we'll shatter our own hull instead. We won't miss, Kalu said, because we aren't just one ship anymore. We're a network. Use the weavers, use the glimmer conduits, use the human colonies. We're going to hit those ships with the combined weight of every voice we've found. The Resolute began to glow with an intensity that forced the crew to shield their eyes. The golden light turned into a blinding, searing white. On the view screen, the Crescendo and the Weaver world began to pulse in perfect unison. It wasn't a song anymore, it was a physical force, a sonic boom that traveled through the very fabric of space-time. Finding the pitch, Elias gritted his teeth, his fingers dancing across the controls. Almost there. Miller, give me everything the reactor has. Don't hold back. Burn the safeties. Safeties are gone, Miller shouted. Kalu placed both hands on the sovereign lens. He felt the heat of it searing his palms, but he didn't pull away. He poured everything he was into the crystal, his grief for the lost years, his hope for the future, his love for the stars that had finally started talking back. Now Kalu roared. The Resolute let out a sound that wasn't heard so much as felt in the marrow of every bone. It was a single, pure note of absolute defiance. The wave of energy hit the nihilist fleet. For a moment, nothing happened. The black ships sat there, arrogant and silent in the void. And then a hairline fracture appeared on the hull of the lead vessel. Then another. The matte black coating began to flake off, revealing the raw, shivering metal beneath. The ships didn't explode. They disintegrated. They turned into a cloud of fine dust that caught the golden light and shimmered like a billion tiny stars. The silence fields collapsed, and the deleting space they had occupied was suddenly flooded with the warmth of the accord's resonance. The director's voice came through the comms one last time, no longer cold, but filled with a sudden, sharp terror. The noise, it's beautiful. And then there was only the music. The hunger, deprived of the nihilist's anchor of silence, recoiled from the Weaver world. The golden membrane repaired itself in a heartbeat, the breach sealing with a triumphant chime. Below, the great rays began to rise again, their wings catching the starlight as they joined the chorus. Kalu slumped back into his chair, his hands smoking and raw. The bridge lights dimmed back to a warm amber. The Resolute felt heavy again, solid and real. Threat neutralized, Miller said, his voice unusually quiet. He looked at the cloud of dust where the nihilist fleet had been. They were human, Captain, our own people. They spent centuries perfecting a way to die quietly. They forgot that the universe doesn't want to be quiet, Kalu said, looking at his scarred palms. They were so afraid of the hunger that they became it. We can't let that happen again. We can't let the fear of the dark make us turn off the lights. Elias looked up from his console, his face illuminated by a new set of data points. Captain, the resonance from that last blast, it didn't just stop at the nihilists, it traveled. It's still traveling. How far? I don't know, Elias said, his voice trembling with a different kind of excitement. It's echoing off the galactic core. It's waking up things that have been dormant since the beginning of time. Kalu, the whole galaxy is starting to hum. On the view screen, the map was no longer a collection of bubbles. The filaments were weaving together, forming a solid web of light that spanned the entire quadrant. The great stutter wasn't just being undone, it was being replaced by something far more powerful, a great awakening. Captain, Eris's voice came through, sounding breathless. I'm receiving a signal from Earth. The High Command, they've seen the broadcast. They're dismantling the silence spheres. They're opening the planetary resonators. They're joining the band. Kalu looked out at the shimmering expanse of the golden galaxy. The infinite possibilities he had imagined earlier were no longer distant dreams. They were right there, just a jump away. We have a lot of work to do, Kalu said, a tired but determined smile spreading across his face. This was just one sector. There are 100 more still in the dark. 100 more civilizations waiting to be told they aren't alone. Where to next, Captain? Miller asked, his hands hovering over the navigation controls. Kalu looked at the brightest node on the map, a cluster of stars that had been silent for an eternity, now beginning to flicker with the first faint notes of a new song. Towards the next verse, Kalu said, "Let's keep the music playing." The Resolute turned, its golden wake trailing behind it like a ribbon of fire. It didn't jump, it didn't slide, it danced. And as it moved deeper into the new frontier, the stars didn't just speak and they didn't just sing. They roared, a chorus of 1,000,000,000 voices, finally loud enough to drown out the dark forever. The silence was over. The symphony had only just begun. The Resolute did not merely travel. It resonated through the newfound lattice of the galactic arm. Every light year crossed was no longer a struggle against the friction of the void, but a slide along a well-tuned string. Kalu sat in the command chair, his burned palms wrapped in cooling biosynthetic gauze, watching the tactical overlay. The map of the sector was no longer a graveyard of isolated pinpricks. It was a nervous system, pulsing with the rhythmic data packets of a dozen different species, all of them suddenly, violently aware of one another. "The Weaver mines are relaying our signature to the Cygnus fringe," Elias reported, his eyes tracking cascades of golden light that danced across his retinas. He wasn't even looking at the physical screens anymore. The ship's interface had merged with his neural dampeners, turning his consciousness into a localized hub for the Accord's network. "They're describing us as the first note. It's becoming a title, Captain. They aren't just seeing a ship, they're seeing a tuning fork. Let them call us whatever they need to, as long as they keep the signal strength above the noise floor," Kalu said, his voice rasping. He felt a strange, phantom vibration in his chest, a lingering echo of the strike that had shattered the Nihilist fleet. It wasn't just a memory of sound, it was a physical alteration. The sovereign frequency was changing them, rewiring their biology to be more receptive to the harmony. "Captain, I'm picking up a secondary resonance," Miller interrupted. His tone had lost its combat edge, replaced by a wary curiosity. "It's coming from the dust cloud, the remains of the hegemony ships. It shouldn't be possible. There's no power source left in that debris." Kalu leaned forward, a distress signal. "No," Miller said, shaking his head. "It's a reflection, like an echo bouncing off a wall we didn't know was there. The blast we sent out, it didn't just dissipate after it hit the Nihilists. It hit something else. Something massive, and it's right on the edge of the Uit cloud in the next system over." The view screen shifted, zooming in on a region of space that appeared at first glance to be a pocket of absolute nothingness. It was a dead zone, a place where even the hunger seemed thin and listless. But as the Resolute's sensors swept the area, the golden light of the ship's own wake illuminated a silhouette. It was a ring, not a planet dweller's ring of ice and rock, but a structured, artificial torus of such staggering proportions that it made the Resolute look like a speck of dust. It was broken in 3 places, its surface scarred by eons of micrometeorite impacts and the slow erosion of entropy, but it was unmistakably a machine. "A sovereign relay," Elias whispered, his voice hushed with reverence. "The archives on Earth mentioned them as myths, the great gates that the precursors used to stitch the galaxy together before the first silence fell. We thought they were destroyed during the initial collapse. It's not destroyed, Kalu observed, watching the faint, rhythmic flicker of light deep within the ring's fractured core. It's sleeping, it's waiting for a conductor. If we can jumpstart that relay, Eris's voice crackled from the crescendo, we won't have to fly to every star system one by one. We can broadcast the sovereign frequency across the entire quadrant in a single pulse. We can end the silence for millions of worlds in a heartbeat. And if we fail, Miller asked, that thing is a focal point. If we pump that much energy into a cracked resonator and it blows, we won't just kill ourselves. We'll rip a hole in the fabric of space that the hunger will use as a highway straight to Earth. Kalu looked at the shattered ring. He could feel it calling to the sovereign lens in the center of the bridge. It wasn't a mechanical pull, it was a harmonic one. Two instruments long separated, yearning to be played in the same key. We didn't come this far to play it safe, Miller, Kalu said. The nihilists are gone for now, but they were just a symptom. The real enemy is the isolation. If we don't bridge the gap now while the song is still loud, the silence will just creep back in the moment we stop singing. The Resolute altered course, banking toward the massive relic. As they drew closer, the scale of the structure became terrifying. The inner circumference of the ring was wide enough to swallow a gas giant. Its surface was etched with geometric patterns that seemed to shift and writhe under the golden glow of the ship's hull, a language of pure mathematics and light. Approaching the ignition point, Elias announced, "Captain, the ring is reacting to our presence. It's hungry, not like the entropic hunger, but like a dry sponge in water. It's pulling on our reactor's output." "Let it," Kalu commanded. "Sync the crescendo and the Weaver World's broadcast. We need a 3-point harmonic to stabilize the core." The maneuver was delicate, a cosmic dance performed on a scale that defied human intuition. The Resolute took its position at the center of the ring's primary fracture, while the crescendo moved to the opposite side. Millions of miles away, the Weaver world pulsed its bioluminescent signal, acting as a distant metronome. Kalu stood before the sovereign lens once more. He didn't touch it this time, he simply stood within its aura, his own biorhythms acting as the bridge. He felt the ship begin to groan. The carbon fiber bulkheads, once translucent, now began to vibrate with a high-pitched hum that set his teeth on edge. "Frequency at 432 Hz, Elias shouted over the rising roar. "For 40460, it's climbing, the ring is trying to find the pitch." Outside, the fractured edges of the relay began to glow with a deep, bruised violet. The static of the hunger around the ring began to churn, forming a massive vortex as the sudden influx of energy disturbed the long-dormant vacuum. It looked like a storm in heaven, a hurricane of light and shadow. The integrity of the fracture is failing, Miller warned. The structure can't handle the resonance, it's going to shatter before it ignites. It's not the energy, Kalu realized, his eyes fixed on the jagged edges of the relic. It's the dissonance. The fractures are creating interference. We have to weld the sound. We have to fill the gaps with the song. How Eris cried out, "We don't have enough power to patch a gap that size." "We don't use power," Kalu said, "we use intent." Eris, Elias don't just broadcast the frequency, broadcast the memory of the accord, the feeling of the first time we heard the stars, the relief of the weavers. Give the machine a reason to hold itself together. It was a concept that went against every line of their training, every law of hard physics they had ever mastered. But as they poured their collective consciousness into the transmission, the nature of the energy changed. The violet glow softened into a warm, honey-colored amber. The vibrations leveled out, turning from a violent shake into a steady, rhythmic thrum. The fractures in the ring didn't physically close, but the space between them filled with a shimmering, translucent lattice of pure light. The machine was no longer broken, it was whole in a way that bypassed the need for matter. "It's holding," Elias whispered, his face streaked with tears of exertion. It's beautiful, look at the telemetry." The relay began to spin, slowly at first, then with an accelerating grace that defied its massive bulk. As it reached peak velocity, the center of the ring didn't show the stars on the other side. It showed a tunnel of white-hot radiance, a corridor through the very heart of the galaxy. "The gate is open," Kalu said, his voice barely audible over the celestial hum. But as the relay reached full power, the signal didn't just stay within the ring. It shot outward in a massive, spherical wave. It passed through the Resolute, through the Crescendo, through the Weaver world, and continued on, traveling at speeds that made light seem sluggish. On the tactical map, the effect was instantaneous. Thousands of gray, dead sectors suddenly flared into life. It was like a forest fire of hope, jumping from system to system, igniting the dormant sovereign crystals buried in the crusts of forgotten moons and the hearts of dying suns. "Captain," Miller said, his voice shaking, I'm getting everything. Every sensor in the quadrant is coming online. I can see the Thraxian home world. They're coming out of their bunkers. I can see the glimmer hives. They're lighting up their atmosphere. I can even see, my God, I can see the edge of the Andromeda Nebula." The silence wasn't just broken, it was obliterated. The galaxy was no longer a collection of lonely survivors. It was a single, vast, shouting family. But in the midst of the celebration, a new sound emerged. It wasn't the harsh pulse of the nihilists, nor the entropic static of the hunger. It was a deep, resonant tone like the striking of a bell the size of a galaxy. It came from the very center of the Milky Way, from the supermassive black hole that served as the anchor for all things. The Great Resonator. Something is answering us, Elias said, his eyes wide with a mixture of terror and awe. From the core, Kalu, that's not a machine, that's a voice. The signal from the core was ancient, heavy with the weight of billions of years. It didn't speak in words or math, but in a series of fundamental truths that settled into the minds of everyone in the accord like sediment in a clear pool. The cycle is recognized, the voice echoed. The silence has served its purpose. The harvest of stillness is complete. Now begins the season of the song. The harvest, Kalu whispered, a cold chill running down his spine. What does that mean? Before the voice could answer, the white-hot tunnel in the center of the relay shifted. It didn't close, but it changed its focus. Instead of a path forward, it became a window. Through the window, Kalu saw a fleet. Not a fleet of human ships nor nihilist predators. These were vessels of light shaped like complex geometric solids, their surfaces shimmering with the same amber glow as the Resolute. There were thousands of them, tens of thousands, emerging from the heart of the great resonator. They aren't coming to attack, Eris said, her voice filled with a sudden, intuitive certainty. They're coming to lead. They're the ones who started the song in the first place. The lead vessel of the new fleet detached itself and accelerated toward the Resolute. As it drew near, it didn't hail them on any radio frequency. It simply merged its resonance with the ship's hull. The bridge of the Resolute changed again. The walls didn't just become translucent, they vanished entirely, leaving the crew standing in the open void, though they could still feel the floor beneath their feet and the air in their lungs. Standing before them was a figure made of woven light, a silhouette that suggested a form both alien and hauntingly familiar. You have done well, little note, the figure thought, its presence like a warm sun on Kalu's face. We did not expect the human resonance to be the one that broke the stutter. Your species was always so discordant. We learned to listen, Kalu said, standing tall despite the overwhelming presence of the being. We learned that the silence was the only thing that could truly kill us. The silence was a crucible, the being replied. The hunger was the heat. Only those who could find the song within the fire were meant to inherit the next age. The others, the nihilists, the fearful, they are the ash of the old universe. The being gestured toward the relay, which was now pulsing in perfect synchronization with the great resonator at the core. The galaxy is no longer a wilderness, the being said. It is an instrument, and you, Captain Kalu, are the first of its new players. There are other galaxies, other symphonies that have fallen into dissonance. The hunger is spreading beyond this local cluster. It is a rot that must be sung away. Kalu looked at his crew. Elias, whose mind was now a map of the heavens. Miller, whose warrior's heart had found a new kind of strength in the harmony. Eris, whose music had bridged the gap between species. They weren't just a crew anymore, they were the architects of a new reality. "We're ready," Kalu said, turning back to the being of light. "Tell us the next movement." The being smiled, or at least the light around its head shifted in a way that suggested a smile. It reached out and touched the sovereign lens, which flared with a brilliance that outshone the stars. The next movement is titled "The Great Tuning," the being thought, and it begins with a single unified breath. The resolute, flanked by the fleet of light and followed by the crescendo and the weaver minds, turned away from the relay and set its sights on the distant, dark gaps between the galaxies. The golden galaxy was no longer a destination, it was the starting point. The stars had spoken louder than the aliens ever could, and now the humans were finally ready to answer. As the ship transitioned into the next phase of its journey, the sound it made wasn't a roar or a hum. It was a laugh, a clear, joyous sound that echoed across the void, proving once and for all that the dark was never empty and the silence was never permanent. The night was over, the dawn was a song, and for the first time in history, the universe was wide awake. The transition was not a jump through space, but a fundamental shift in the state of being for every soul aboard the Resolute. Kalu felt the physical constraints of the bridge dissolve, replaced by a sensory landscape that defied three-dimensional logic. The console beneath his bandaged hands became a keyboard of gravitational waves. The view screen became a window into the electromagnetic soul of the quadrant. He could feel the weaver minds on their distant world, their communal sigh of relief rippling through the subspace layers like a warm current. He could feel the terrified, huddled masses of the Thraxian underground, their sudden realization that the crushing weight of the silence had lifted. The being of light, the emissary of the resonator, remained at the center of the bridge, a pillar of structured radiance that didn't so much occupy space as define it. Its presence was a constant, stabilizing frequency that kept the Resolute from shaking apart under the sheer magnitude of the data now flooding its systems. "We are receiving a massive influx of coordinates," Elias said, his voice sounding multitonal as if he were speaking in chords. "It's not just a map, it's a history. The emissary is feeding the ship the locations of every dissonant node in the local group. These are the places where the hunger has taken root so deeply that the stars themselves have begun to decay into entropy." Kalu looked at the map. It was a terrifying sight. For every golden spark of a civilization that had joined the Accord, there were vast, bruised purple bruises on the galactic tapestry, regions where the nihilist philosophy of the void had won, turning entire solar systems into silent, cold husks. The Great Tuning isn't just a broadcast, Kalu realized, his mind racing to keep up with the scale of the task. It's a reclamation. We have to go into those dark zones and reignite the stellar cores. We have to give those systems back their voice. The cost of the silence was more than just isolation. The emissary's thought echo resonated within Kalu's mind. It was a loss of momentum. The universe is a clockwork that requires the friction of consciousness to keep its gears turning. Without the song, the entropy of the void begins to reclaim the matter. If the dark zones are not healed, they will merge, and the galaxy will suffer a heat death long before its time. Then we have our orders, Kalu said, turning to Miller. Plot a course for the nearest dissonant node. The Epsilon Eridani cluster. It's been dark for 3 centuries. Miller hesitated, his fingers hovering over the new light-based interface. Captain, the sensors are showing things in the dark zones. They aren't just empty space. The hunger has a shape there. It's developed a sort of anti-consciousness. If we go in there with the sovereign frequency, it's going to be like throwing a torch into a nest of shadow wasps. Then we'll be the brightest torch they've ever seen, Kalu replied. The Resolute surged forward, trailing its ribbon of fire. But as they left the safety of the Weaver world's resonance and crossed the threshold into the Epsilon Eridani dark zone, the atmosphere on the ship changed instantly. The warm, amber glow of the sovereign lens dimmed, flickering like a candle in a gale. The golden walls of the ship took on a gray, frosted sheen. Outside, the stars didn't twinkle. They were bloated, dull red embers surrounded by a thick, oily haze that seemed to swallow the Resolute's wake. This was the hunger in its purest form, not an enemy fleet, but a physical manifestation of the end of all things. The resonance is dropping, Eris shouted from the comms link. The crescendo was visible on the scanners, its hull shimmering as it fought to maintain its harmonic shield. The vacuum here it's heavy, Kalu, it's trying to mute us. Kalu felt the cold. It wasn't a thermal cold, but a spiritual one, a sudden, crushing sense of futility that whispered in the back of his mind. Why bother? The silence seemed to ask. Everything ends. The song is just a momentary distraction from the inevitable grave. He looked at the emissary. The being of light was fading, its brilliance becoming translucent. It couldn't fight this battle for them. The resonators could provide the power, but the intent had to come from the living. Elias, Miller, Eris, listen to me, Kalu said, his voice cracking with the effort to speak against the encroaching gloom. The hunger isn't an entity, it's a lack of memory. It's what happens when a system forgets it's part of a whole. Don't look at the darkness, look at each other. Remember the Weaver world. Remember the first time we broke the silence at Earth. He reached out and grabbed the edge of the sovereign lens. The biosynthetic gauze on his palms smoked as the raw energy of the crystal bit into his skin, but he didn't let go. He poured his own stubbornness, his own grief for his lost world, and his own desperate hope for the future into the machine. Sing, Kalu roared. The Resolute didn't just broadcast a frequency. It screamed. A jagged, defiant blast of pure human will tore through the oily haze of the dark zone. For a moment, the darkness fought back, the purple shadows coiling around the ship like the tentacles of a deep-sea leviathan. But the crescendo joined in, Eris's voice amplified through the planetary resonators they had liberated, adding a layer of complex, soaring melody to Kalu's raw power. Then the miracle happened. The dull red ember of the Epsilon Eridani sun reacted. Deep within its dying core, the sovereign frequency found a tiny, dormant seed of the original light. The star shuddered. A massive solar flare, larger than anything recorded in human history, erupted from its surface, blasting away the shroud of the hunger in a single magnificent pulse of radiation. The gray frost on the Resolute's walls shattered. The amber glow returned, stronger than ever. "The star is reigniting," Elias cried out, his face illuminated by the sudden brilliance of the newborn sun. "The entropy is reversing, look at the planets. The atmosphere on the third moon is stabilizing. The ice is melting. It's breathing again." As the light of the reborn star spread through the system, it hit a series of ancient, crystalline spires on the moon's surface, relics of a civilization that had been silenced eons ago. The spires caught the light and began to vibrate, sending out their own signals, joining the song. One node reclaimed, the emissary's voice returned, stronger now. "A billion more to go." "We've got time," Kalu said, wiping the sweat and blood from his brow. "We've got all the time in the universe." The Resolute moved on, a tireless gardener in a garden of stars. System by system, the darkness was pushed back. They found worlds where the inhabitants had devolved into mindless shadows, only to see them wake up and weep as the song restored their minds. They found automated fortresses of the nihilists that crumbled into dust when confronted with the reality of the Accord. And as they worked, the Resolute changed. It was no longer a ship of Earth. It was a mosaic of 1,000 cultures. Weavertech was integrated into the engines, Thraxian geometry reinforced the hull, Glimmersilk was woven into the life support systems. The crew grew as well, as representatives from each liberated world joined the mission, turning the Resolute into a flying embassy of the galaxy's soul. Years passed in a blur of light and sound. Kalu grew older, his hair turning the color of the stars he saved, but his eyes never lost the fire. He became a legend, the man who woke the sky. Finally, the Resolute reached the very edge of the Milky Way. Behind them lay a galaxy of gold, a shimmering web of interconnected lives and voices. The silence was a ghost, a bad dream that the galaxy had finally outgrown. Kalu stood on the observation deck, looking out into the vast, empty intergalactic void. Far, far away, the faint smudge of the Andromeda galaxy beckoned. It was dark, silent. "The great resonator is pulse-synced across the entire Milky Way," Elias said, standing beside him. Elias' eyes were now permanent pools of golden light, his connection to the network absolute. "The Accord is stable. We could stop here, Captain. We could go home. Earth is a paradise now. They've built a cathedral of sound where the old ruins of London used to be." Kalu looked at the distant darkness of Andromeda. He could feel it, the same heavy, suffocating silence he had felt years ago on the bridge of the Resolute when the stars first went quiet. "Is there anyone out there, Elias?" Kalu asked softly. Elias closed his eyes, his mind reaching out across the millions of light years of nothingness. He was quiet for a long time. Then his breath hitched. "I hear a faint vibration," Elias whispered. A single note. Someone is singing, Kalu. Someone is singing in the dark and they're terrified. They think they're the only ones left. Kalu smiled. It was the same smile he had worn when he first decided to defy the nihilists. Then we have work to do, Kalu said. He turned to the comms link. Attention all ships of the Accord, this is Captain Kalu of the Resolute. The first movement is complete. The galaxy is awake, but the symphony is not finished until every voice in the universe is heard. He looked at Miller, who was already inputting the coordinates for the long, lonely trek across the void. He looked at Eris, who was tuning her instruments for a song that would have to travel across the abyss. Engage the sovereign drive, Kalu commanded. Next stop, Andromeda. The Resolute didn't just move, it didn't just dance, it leaped. As it left the edge of the Milky Way, the entire galaxy seemed to pulse in a final, thunderous salute. A trillion voices, human and alien, organic and synthetic, rose up in a single, unified chord that shook the foundations of reality. It was a sound of triumph, of love, and of an eternal, unbreakable defiance against the dark. The Resolute vanished into the void, a spark of golden light headed for a new horizon. Behind it, the stars didn't just speak and they didn't just sing. They shone with the light of a promise kept. The silence was over, the symphony was infinite, and the conductor was finally heading home by way of the entire universe. On Earth, a young child looked up at the night sky. The stars weren't just points of light anymore, they were a shimmering, colorful tapestry that hummed a lullaby of peace. The child didn't feel small and they didn't feel alone. They felt like they were part of a great song. The child opened their mouth and began to hum along. The stars hummed back.